𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 9. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 9 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Izuku, dressed in a black 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 from 𝐿DRA, was walking towards UA. He had dedicated the last 10 months of his life to training, preparing for the moment he would enter the school and prove to everyone that a quirkless hero was possible. He aimed to show All Might himself that dreams could be achieved, even after the discouragement he felt 10 months ago. Since that day, he had avoided the hero, not wanting to revisit the pain of his shattered dreams. As he reached into his backpack for water, he focused on being fully prepared for the entrance exams. Even if he didn't pass the practical exam, where he would face robots, he had mentally prepared for the general education test, knowing that he might not make it into the heroics course. While walking through the city on his way to the train station, an explosion erupted to his right. Turning towards the sound, he saw a civilian trapped under rubble. Without a second thought, he rushed over to help. He quickly cleared the debris and discovered the man was injured. The older man, confused and in pain, asked what Izuku was doing there. Izuku, with determination, replied that he was there to help him. The man warned him to stay hidden, mentioning that there were villains in the building. Izuku, still focused on the task, asked how many villains were inside. The man, coughing, indicated there were about 5 but urged Izuku to be cautious of the one right in front of him. Confused, Izuku looked around, insisting that no one was there. Suddenly, the older man's demeanor changed, revealing a sinister smile as he placed his fingers on Izuku's chest. In an instant, Izuku felt a strange sensation, as if his body was losing its strength. Moments later, he found himself rising from the ground, shaking off dust and debris, and calling out to his allies inside the building. They smirked at him before heading up the stairs to continue their mission. Izuku reflected on his life, grappling with the reality of how he had been deceived. He felt a wave of sorrow, thinking about how his mother would react to his demise. Despite the pain he had endured, he realized she had often dismissed his struggles. As he stared at the glowing world around him, he contemplated the life he could have had. 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 had seemingly won by pushing him to this point, and Izuku wished it hadn't come at the cost of believing he had saved someone. Shaking off his self-deprecating thoughts, he noticed a light in the distance and began to walk towards it, feeling both weightless and pained. As he reached for the light, his body began to dissolve, and he vanished from the void. Meanwhile, Dr. Robotnik was sleeping soundly in his bedroom, dreaming of transforming Mobius into a robotic paradise. He envisioned capturing Sonic, his longtime rival, and finally defeating him. Just as he reveled in his dream, an alarm interrupted his slumber, startling him awake. Grumbling about the disturbance, he checked the time, realizing it was only 3 in the morning. Entering the hall, he found himself staring at a scene that could be comedic. An unconscious green Mobian lay in the middle of one of his traps. Placing a hand over his face and rubbing it down his mustache, he approached the tube containing the Mobian and tapped on it, hoping to wake them. After several attempts yielded no response, he pulled the tube away and poked the Mobian gently. The small creature let out a groan of discomfort and slowly sat upright, their ears flopping adorably over their face. The Mobian looked around in confusion, asking where they were. Dr. Robotnik, with a flourish, announced that they were in his new base of operations. The Mobian, still disoriented, inquired about Robotnik's identity. The scientist's expression shifted to one of irritation as he declared himself the infamous Dr. Ivo Robotnik, also known as Dr. Eggman, a name he claimed was used by a certain hedgehog and his friends. The Mobian, bewildered, admitted they had never heard of him and asked where they were. Eggman, narrowing his eyes behind his goggles, questioned whether the Mobian was affiliated with a certain chipmunk named Sally Acorn. The Mobian's confusion deepened as they realized they had been transported from Earth and were now on Mobius, wondering why they had fur instead of human arms. Eggman contemplated the situation, pondering what this boy was doing in his base and how he could use the encounter to his advantage. Deciding it was best to move on, he grabbed the Mobian by the ears and dragged them through the halls, the small creatures struggling futilely against his grip. Once outside, Eggman tossed the Mobian away from the base and slammed the door behind him, warning the creature to seek out the hedgehogs if they wished to avoid trouble. The small Mobian, now free, dashed through the woods surrounding Eggman's base. An inexplicable fear of the scientist urged him to follow his instructions, reminiscent of his friend 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, though without the use of a quirk. As he sprinted through the forest, his ears flopped in front of his face, and he found himself contemplating the bizarre reality he was in, considering the possibility that he had been reincarnated into another world. Eventually, exhaustion caught up with him, and he sought refuge in a tree to rest. The night enveloped him, and he fell asleep against the trunk, unaware of a pair of eyes watching him from the underbrush. Morning arrived, and Izuku awoke with a start, noticing a peculiar animal resembling a snake staring at him from a nearby branch. Instinct kicked in, and he fled down the tree, sprinting away from the creature that seemed intent on making him breakfast. In his haste, he lost track of his direction and leaped off a ledge, screaming as he fell into a river below. The current swept him downstream, and he struggled to keep his head above water. In a moment of chaos, he hit a rock and lost consciousness, the river carrying him further away. Hours later, he found himself washed ashore, groggy and disoriented. As he shook the water from his body, he caught sight of his reflection in the river. He looked like a plush bunny, with oversized ears and large eyes, a stark reminder of his transformation. Feeling a mix of confusion and embarrassment, he examined his new form, realizing he was no longer human. With a blush creeping onto his face, he pulled away from his reflection, contemplating his next steps in this unfamiliar world. Since returning to his old life seemed impossible, he resolved to adapt to his new surroundings, hoping that living in the wilderness wouldn't be too difficult. Meanwhile, a young voice called out in the distance, expressing frustration over a missed opportunity for a date, revealing the presence of another character in this strange world. A feminine voice called out, demanding attention, as Izuku hid in the brush nearby. He wondered who they were and hoped they were nicer than they sounded. He watched as two figures approached the river. One was a fox, who mentioned needing to check something the scanner had detected near the riverfront, expressing doubt about its accuracy. The other, a pink hedgehog, questioned whether there was really something there. The fox, named Tails, insisted that the scanner was reliable and prepared to give it another try. As Tails activated the device, Izuku's heart raced. He curled up tighter in the brush, feeling anxious. Suddenly, he noticed two pairs of eyes staring at him in shock. He hyperventilated under their gaze, which blocked the sunlight. Tails exclaimed that his scanner couldn't be broken, while the hedgehog, Amy, expressed concern for Izuku, noticing he seemed to be panicking. Izuku stammered that he was fine but asked where he was. Amy reassured him that she was there to help him find his way. She picked him up from his seated position, and he shyly remarked that she didn't seem much older than him. When she asked his age, he hesitantly replied that he was 14. Amy, surprised, revealed that she was 15, while Tails chimed in that he was also 14. They introduced themselves, and Izuku shyly took Tails' hand. As they walked together, Izuku listened intently to their conversation, gradually feeling more comfortable. They soon reached a cliff overlooking a large, advanced city. A new figure appeared, introducing himself as Sonic the Hedgehog, who cheerfully informed them that the city was Central City, known for being attacked by poachers and a villain named Eggman. Izuku took in the bustling scene before him and fainted from the overwhelming experience. A few minutes later, Izuku woke up, shaking his head. He felt something soft beneath him and turned to find he was lying on a small couch. Confused about why he had thought he was receiving a lap pillow, he noticed his bunny ears still atop his head and sighed. He muttered to himself about how his classmates had compared his personality to that of a bunny and wondered if he could use his ears as a weapon. Unbeknownst to him, someone was listening to his musings. A chipmunk emerged from behind a wall, smirking as they approached him. Sitting down beside Izuku, the chipmunk pulled out a small, water-damaged notebook and watched as Izuku continued to mutter. When their eyes met, Izuku apologized for disturbing them. The chipmunk reassured him not to worry and asked what he was doing there, mentioning that Sonic had been talking about him, particularly about his large ears. Izuku introduced himself as Midoriya Izuku. The chipmunk welcomed him to the resistance base in the Central City National Forest and introduced herself as Sally Acorn, princess of the Acorn bloodline. Izuku was taken aback and greeted her shyly. Sally chuckled and told him not to worry about using her last name, explaining that she had set it aside when she became the leader of the freedom fighters. She shared her motivation for joining the fight against Dr. Eggman, expressing her determination to reclaim her title once Eggman was dealt with. Izuku listened intently, feeling confused about why he was being chosen to be a part of her freedom fighters. Later, she asked him if he wanted to see if he could use his ears and other body parts as weapons. Izuku felt a blush creep onto his cheeks but nodded in agreement as she guided him through the freedom fighter base. As he observed the people fighting for the freedom of all Mobians and the defeat of Dr. Eggman, he took a deep breath when she brought him to the fighting arena. She presented a large dummy resembling Dr. Eggman and encouraged him to use his ears against it. Tensing his ears slightly in preparation, he swung his head and slammed them into the dummy, only to wince in pain and hold his ears. "It seems you can't use your ears as a weapon. I wonder why they are so large," Sally remarked, jotting down her observations in a small notebook. Izuku stammered that he had never used his ears in that way before, so he wasn't sure how to utilize them properly. Sally inquired if he had ever learned to fight from someone, to which he shook his head. "I don't belong in this world. All I know is that I appeared here," he admitted, and Sally nodded in understanding. She asked where he had come from, and he explained that he came from a world where superpowers like sonic speed were common, but he had not been born with a superpower of his own. "Not everyone is meant to be a hero. But what are your other skills?" Sally asked. Izuku hesitated, rubbing the back of his head. When she inquired about his hobbies, he smiled sadly and mentioned that he had written about the quirks of his peers, as well as heroes and villains. Sally noticed how he stuttered less when discussing that subject. "How did you take notes on them?" she asked, hoping he would mention a notebook. He explained that he kept a hero analysis notebook where he documented their quirks and theories about their fighting styles. However, others had called him a stalker for his detailed notes. "I think I know what role you can play for the freedom fighters," Sally said with a smirk. Izuku was curious about what she meant. "You can observe the fighting styles of our opponents. If you can figure out how they fight, your notes can be invaluable in our efforts to stop Eggman once and for all," she declared, leading him to some computers. For the rest of the evening, Izuku watched multiple videos of Sonic and his friends battling Robotnik's robots. He was surprised by how simple their fighting styles were, as if they were predictable and not designed to take on Sonic and his crew. He noticed that each time Sonic and his friends defeated a badnik, a small bird creature would emerge from it. As he continued watching, he felt underwhelmed by the fights, especially the encounters between Sonic and Eggman. He wondered why Sonic didn't simply catch Eggman, given his incredible speed. From what he had seen, Sonic could easily end the conflict with Eggman, yet he seemed to hold back, allowing Eggman to land hits that could be dangerous. Izuku muttered to himself, questioning the competence of the freedom fighters. He was puzzled by why Sonic allowed Eggman to escape repeatedly. Just then he heard a familiar voice behind him. "What are you doing in here still? I thought you were in bed," Sally exclaimed. Izuku turned to face her, asking why Sonic let Eggman get away so often. Sally looked at the footage and questioned if he was sure Sonic was allowing Eggman to escape. "Yeah, Sonic has shown feats of speed that should let him catch Eggman multiple times." "How fast can Sonic go exactly?" Izuku asked. Sally explained that Sonic could move faster than the speed of sound and light, even running so fast at one point that he traveled through time. Izuku gulped, realizing the implications of that speed. If he can move that fast, why does he let Eggman escape each time? He wondered aloud. "You took the words right out of my mouth. Get some sleep, kid. We'll need your brain later on." "I need to have a word with Sonic," Sally replied, her tuft of hair partially covering her eyes. As he walked around the freedom fighters' base, Izuku searched for a door with his name on it. But that proved to be quite difficult, as he had no idea where the small rooms were that the freedom fighters used for their spare bedrooms. Shaking his head, he walked toward a small hole in the ground, marked by a sign hanging just above it with his name. They were really taking his bunny name to heart, it seemed. Moving into the small underground hut, he looked around and found it surprisingly comfortable. He spotted the bed nearby and lay down, reflecting on his night. For the moment, he didn't mind that Sonic might be in trouble with Sally for not capturing Eggman when he had the chance. If he truly wanted to ensure that Eggman didn't escape justice for his actions against Mobius, he really should try to apprehend him. In the distance, a strange black mist appeared around the freedom fighter's base. It smiled wickedly as it surveyed its target, licking its lips and letting out a raspy laugh before slowly vanishing into the sky, its red eyes glowing ominously against the darkening sunrise. While Izuku was resting in his den, Sonic arrived after fending off an attack from Eggman. He looked particularly cheerful as he walked through the freedom fighter's base, a small haven for him to relax. However, he was unprepared for an irate Sally rushing toward him, her expression fierce as she stopped in front of him and took a deep breath. She glared at him for a moment while Sonic tried to gauge the situation, mistakenly thinking she was upset about not bringing her something to eat. Before he could speak, Sally threw a small notebook at him. He caught it midair, maintaining an expression of calm. He asked why his girlfriend was throwing things at him unprovoked. Sally's response was explosive. She exclaimed that he had no idea what she had just found out that morning. Sonic was taken aback, urging her to explain. Sally revealed that he had nearly let Eggman escape during every encounter they had. Sonic insisted he would never let Eggman go, but Sally urged him to read the notes. She explained that they were from the new rabbit who had joined their group, who had claimed to be keen on observation. The notes detailed specific moments during their fights when Sonic could have taken Eggman down for good. Sonic opened the notebook slowly, half expecting something to leap out at him. The writing could have been clearer, but it was insightful, highlighting moments when he could have attacked instead of merely dodging. He scratched the back of his head, closing the notebook after seeing everything he needed, and handed it back to Sally, who glared at him even more intensely. Sonic questioned what she wanted him to say, wondering if he couldn't at least have fun while facing Eggman. Sally looked ready to explode, reminding him that his job was to ensure Eggman couldn't attack them anymore. Sonic defended himself, explaining that the robots were heavy metal constructs he slammed into during their battles. Sally pressed him on his plans for the next encounter with Eggman, asking if he would let him escape again or finally capture him. Sonic retorted that it felt unfair to make him the bad guy for not catching Eggman. Sally argued that it should be easy for him, as the fastest thing alive, to infiltrate Eggman's base and pull him out without him noticing. Sonic pointed to the notebook and asked who had written it. Sally wondered if he was going to get angry with the author, but Sonic clarified that he wanted to congratulate them for figuring out ways to end his fights with Eggman. He acknowledged that while he was fast, he wasn't necessarily the smartest. As Sonic walked away, the ghostly figure hiding in a nearby tree surged toward him at blinding speed. Before Sonic could react, the ghostly form took control of his body, continuing his walk away from the area to set its own nefarious plans in motion for the world of Mobius. Izuku was sleeping for a few hours. He was dreaming of a world filled with anthropomorphic animals that could move faster than the speed of sound and light. These creatures had 2 tails for flying, strong knuckles for climbing, and quills that allowed for small flights. The thought of how loud Sally could be when she was upset about something outside the little den he had for himself crossed his mind. As the hours passed, Izuku emerged from the den around midnight, stretching his body and surveying the surroundings. To his horror, the area was littered with remnants of chaos. Something fell onto his head, and as he touched it, he realized his comically large glove was stained. Looking up, he saw multiple bodies scattered among the trees, and Sally was nowhere to be found. Fear gripped him as he considered the possibilities of what could have caused this devastation. Initially, he thought of Eggman, but then another thought struck him. What if Sonic had turned against Sally? Shaking his head, he dismissed the idea. He knew Sonic would never harm one of his own in such a brutal manner. As he navigated through the trees, he encountered what the other freedom fighters had referred to as flickies, small bird-like creatures they vowed to protect. Seeing them lying lifeless on the ground brought tears to his eyes. Overwhelmed by the loss, he turned back toward his den, fear etched on his face as he sat down, absorbing the weight of the tragedy around him. Minutes passed as he felt the chilling presence of death in the air. A shiver ran down his spine, sensing something watching his home from a distance before it vanished, as if reporting back. In that moment, Izuku realized he needed to leave and establish a new base to protect himself from the unknown threat. He quickly grabbed a backpack, filling it with clothes, food, and water. Once prepared, he donned his shoes and hurried out of his hut, racing into the underbrush. Just as he disappeared, something crashed down from the sky, obliterating his den. Holding his breath, he spotted Sonic, but this version was different. The Sonic he encountered earlier had bright blue-green eyes and a friendly demeanor, while this one had crimson eyes and sharp teeth, radiating a menacing aura. It muttered to itself about missing an opportunity and needing to collect more souls before reaching Mountain Peak. Once the dark version of Sonic left, Izuku emerged from his hiding spot and dashed into the night, feeling fortunate for his instinct that had warned him just in time. He had to focus on surviving and finding Sally and the other freedom fighters, if they were still alive. As he sprinted through the forest, he stumbled into a pit lined with spikes. Panic surged through him, but he suddenly found himself floating above the danger. With a sigh of relief, he realized he could use his oversized ears to gain altitude. Determined to find everyone, he pressed on, hoping to locate a familiar place in this strange world. While navigating the forest, he discovered a giant golden ring. Curiosity piqued, he stepped inside, and in an instant he was whisked away. A voice echoed from the forest, expressing frustration at his escape. The Sonic lookalike cursed, realizing it had lost another chance to ambush him as it rushed toward a nearby red giant ring. Izuku found himself on an island high in the sky, gazing over the edge and feeling a wave of vertigo. He was thousands of feet in the air, but he steeled himself and began to explore the ruined island, determined to uncover the mysteries of this new world. He noticed that the area was still engulfed in flames as he cautiously navigated through the burning forest. As he walked, he spotted something on the ground and approached it. Picking up the item, he discovered it was a small arm blaster rifle. He recalled something he had heard back at the Freedom Fighter campsite and thought to himself that this was Tails' weapon and wondered how it ended up here. He decided he would return it once he escaped this place, reasoning that whoever had caused the destruction must not be nearby. However, he knew that if they could find him in his hiding spot, they could certainly find him here as well. With that thought, he hurried away. Meanwhile, a voice echoed nearby, remarking on his presence. It expressed disappointment in him and instructed another figure, Xenophanes, to return to the underworld, stating that it would handle the situation with the little rabbit. As Izuku dashed through the fiery landscape, he approached a pyramid structure that held a giant emerald. The sight of it was awe-inspiring, and he felt an inexplicable urge to touch it. As he placed his hand on the emerald, a surge of energy coursed through him, and he sensed he was being observed from the trees. Turning to see who was watching, he encountered a red echidna with a fierce expression. The echidna demanded to know what Izuku was doing with the 𝐴𝐵 emerald. Izuku explained that he felt as though the emerald had communicated with him. The echidna, after a moment of silence, urged him to leave immediately. When Izuku inquired about the situation, the echidna revealed that Sonic was being possessed by an unknown force and instructed him to head to Mountain Peak. The echidna planned to collect the 𝐴𝐵 emerald and its shards before following. Before Izuku could leave, he asked for the echidna's name. The echidna tossed a small ring that expanded into a larger one and introduced himself as Knuckles. He then urged Izuku to go. As Izuku was pushed through the portal, a voice called out behind Knuckles, taunting him. Knuckles responded confidently, stating that he and his allies had defeated the voice before and would not allow it to take control of the 𝐴𝐵 emerald again. The voice declared it would not let Knuckles escape this time and charged at him. Upon emerging on the other side of the golden ring, Izuku landed with a grunt and took in his new surroundings. The brightness of the area was overwhelming, but he spotted a small, abandoned town nearby and decided to head there, hoping to find someone who could provide directions. As he ran down the path, he felt a sense of urgency to reach Mountain Peak before whatever creature was pursuing him could catch up. After a couple of hours, he arrived in the deserted town. It appeared completely abandoned, so he sought refuge in one of the buildings to rest. If he could get some sleep before setting out in the morning, he might reach Mountain Peak by evening. Sitting on a couch, he examined family photos that adorned the walls. One picture featured a tall rabbit with large ears, likely the mother, and two young females, one of whom resembled her mother but was much shorter and appeared to be around 10 years old. Izuku reflected on the image and whispered to himself that he missed his own mother, wishing he could return home and forget everything that had happened. He eventually fell asleep on the couch, but nightmares plagued him, particularly one involving being caught by the Sonic Faker. He awoke in the middle of the night, feeling unsettled, and decided to grab a drink from his backpack. As he did, he sensed a presence looming above him. Cautiously looking up, he saw a woman suspended from the ceiling, her body marked with a large X and blood trickling from her mouth. The sight made him feel nauseous, and as he moved toward the bathroom, he heard screams echoing from the street. Climbing out of the window with his backpack, he rushed toward the source of the commotion. On the street, he found an anthropomorphic bat sitting in shock as the Sonic Faker loomed over her, contemplating her demise. Without a second thought for his own safety, Izuku leaped into action, launching himself at the creature. He soared above the Sonic Faker, ready to intervene, as the fake Sonic taunted the injured bat, declaring that her death would allow him to enter Mountain Peak and unleash chaos upon Mobius. The Sonic Faker let out a disturbing laugh, declaring that he would not allow them to escape. Izuku shouted, causing the Sonic Faker to turn in shock. With a swift motion, a pair of green and pink ears struck him in the gut, sending him flying into the distance. Izuku called out the number 4 before shaking his head, realizing they needed to leave before the Faker returned. He picked up the Batgirl, who directed him down a pathway leading straight to Mountain Peak. As they ran, they finally reached the outskirts of Mountain Peak, successfully escaping the creature that had once been Sonic the Hedgehog. The Batgirl rushed off without a word of thanks, leaving Izuku to navigate the night, haunted by the nightmare he had experienced. Lost in thought, he was startled when he heard footsteps approaching. Looking up, he saw Sally staring at him in amazement. "You survived. How did he not find you?" she asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Izuku explained that when he woke up, everything had been covered in chaos, and he had no idea where anyone was. He had simply chosen a direction in hopes of finding them. Sally exhaled in relief, acknowledging his effort. She shared that after he had fallen asleep, she had spoken with Sonic, who had seemed impressed with Izuku's actions. However, shortly after their conversation, Sonic returned with red eyes and sharp teeth, a transformation that alarmed them both. Sally mentioned that they needed to bring the 𝐻𝗡𝗏 Emerald to defeat this new threat once and for all, as they had failed to do so previously. Izuku, curious about this demonic being, learned from Amy that the Sonic Faker was known as Lord X. He had emerged from the void of their universe with a singular goal: to eliminate everyone on Mobius. They had managed to expel him from Sonic's body before, but this time was different. Lord X had taken complete control, and Sonic was not fighting back. It seemed he harbored a longing for vengeance against everyone. Izuku began to feel responsible for Sonic's predicament, believing he had inadvertently caused Sonic's transformation. He explained how he had been the first to suggest that Sonic could have stopped Eggman long ago, and that Sonic's reluctance to act had led to this situation. Tails, however, reassured him, stating that Sonic would never willingly allow himself to be possessed. He would fight fiercely to protect those he cared about. Izuku was surprised by Tails' support, as he had never received such encouragement before. Tails declared that Izuku was now part of their group, which brought a smile to his face. Just as they were about to continue their discussion, 2 giant golden rings appeared at Mountain Peak. Knuckles and Dr. Eggman emerged, the latter looking worse for wear and clutching his stomach, recalling the last time he faced Lord X when chaos had ensued across Mobius. Eggman, frustrated, demanded to know how Sonic had fallen under Lord X's control again. Izuku, trying to maintain calm, suggested that they needed to focus on the task at hand. Eggman, taken aback by the sight of a green rabbit Mobian, questioned Izuku's presence, but Izuku explained that he was there to help with the threat. Eggman grumbled about the heroic tendencies of Mobians before walking away, leaving everyone puzzled by Izuku's ability to defuse the situation. Over the next few days, the freedom fighters devised strategies to confront Lord X, learning more about his past with Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Eggman. Together, they prepared for the battle ahead, determined to reclaim their friend and restore peace to Mobius. Izuku learned that Lord X had previously fought Knuckles, Tails, and Eggman but had somehow lost, despite possessing immense power over Sonic. This left Izuku feeling exasperated. How could Sonic take on Eggman alone yet struggle when aided by Tails, Knuckles, and the freedom fighters? Shaking off those confusing thoughts, Izuku focused on devising a plan to draw out the Mobian devil. According to Tails and Knuckles, the 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐴 could expel Lord X, a being from the vast void of the universe who had existed far longer than the god of destruction, Chaos. The plan hinged on luring Lord X out of hiding to initiate confrontation. The challenge lay in keeping him off guard during the battle, as he would not hesitate to attack anyone who crossed his path. Given his newness to the area, Izuku believed he would be the perfect bait to entice Lord X into a trap, allowing them to launch a surprise attack. Eager to share his idea, he set off to inform Sally, Tails, Knuckles, and Eggman. As he walked around Mountain Peak, Izuku arrived at Eggman's building, hearing the sounds of machinery inside. He knocked on the door and waited for the eccentric doctor to emerge. When Eggman appeared, he glanced down at Izuku, who shuffled nervously. With a sigh, Eggman asked what he wanted. Izuku stammered out that he had a plan to catch Lord X off guard. Eggman leaned against the door, urging him to share the details. Izuku hesitated, wanting to gather everyone before revealing his strategy. Eggman, with nothing else to do but work on robots designed to track Lord X, instructed Izuku to meet them at the main hall and provided directions. Upon entering the main hall, Izuku was struck by the presence of the notable creatures of Mobius who had shaped the planet's history. He stepped into the meeting room and saw the leaders seated around the table, with Eggman grumbling to himself. Among them were the Bat Mobian he had rescued earlier, a black and red version of Sonic that made Izuku uneasy, a silver hedgehog who observed him curiously, a pink hedgehog, and a small rabbit Mobian accompanied by a large robot resembling Eggman's creations. At the head of the table sat Sally and her second-in-command, both looking at him with confusion. Sally questioned the purpose of the meeting, noting that Eggman couldn't have devised a plan so quickly. Eggman scoffed, revealing that Izuku was the one who had come up with a plan on the spot. With a nudge from Eggman, Izuku began to explain his idea of being the bait. Sally's expression turned to one of concern as she asked why he thought that was a good idea. Izuku explained that Lord X had never encountered him before, making him an ideal distraction while they used the 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐴 to expel him from Sonic's body. Everyone listened intently as he continued, detailing how he had surprised Lord X earlier in the week while saving the Bat Mobian. Rouge, the Bat Mobian, confirmed that Lord X had nearly caught her during a supply run, and Shadow, the Black Hedgehog, expressed frustration over her close call. The discussion shifted to finding someone with speed comparable to Sonic's to act as bait. Sally pointed out that Lord X could fly, while Tails noted that Sonic had only flown with the Chaos Emeralds. As the day wore on, the leaders debated who could serve as bait for Lord X. Izuku felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that they had yet to find anyone else who could withstand a fight against Lord X, especially given his ability to fly. But if he were to meet Izuku in person instead of using one of his many drones, they might have a chance to catch him off guard. However, as soon as everyone turned to look at him, they noticed a small outline where he had been, but his physical body was gone from the area. Rushing out to find him, they came up empty-handed. Eggman quickly set off to check his robots for the rabbit's signature within their world. It would take a few minutes, but they needed all the time they could get if Izuku was actually going to enact his plans. Walking outside the mountain peak ruins, Izuku ventured as far as he could to allow Lord X to sense his presence throughout the world of Mobius. He had made it to what the others called the Green Zone, where the freedom fighters operated, when he encountered a drone standing before him with a puzzled expression. The drone approached him with a malicious smile, raising its hands into the air. Izuku mirrored the gesture, causing the drone to halt its advance. Seizing the moment, Izuku called out to Lord X, wanting to share a quote from his favorite comic character that he had seen in a movie called Doctor Strange. The drone questioned him, wondering if he cared about his life. Izuku declared that he had come to bargain. The drone, skeptical, asked what made him think he could bring Lord X out through a bargain. Izuku responded with determination, stating he had information about the plans of those on Mountain Peak and who was still alive that Lord X had not yet captured. The drone warned him that it could kill him before he revealed anything and probe his mind for the information. Izuku countered by offering details about a world filled with superpowers that Lord X would longing to conquer. The drone, intrigued but cautious, asked if he was bluffing. Izuku insisted that if he died without sharing the information about that world, it would be lost forever. The drone laughed maniacally, acknowledging the cleverness of his proposal. It agreed to inform Lord X about the bargain, suggesting that if Izuku played his cards right, he might become the new host for the 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴. Izuku stood there for a moment, his heart racing with fear for his life. He knew he was taking a risk with this plan, but he wanted to buy everyone enough time to prepare. What better way to do that than to offer up his old world? His mother lived there, but their relationship had been strained for the last decade. He had found letters from his father that revealed her longing to move to the United States, and it seemed she was ready to start anew. This realization had led Izuku to distance himself from her, culminating in a painful decision the night before he met All Might. He was jolted from his thoughts by heavy breathing behind him. Turning around, he came face to face with Sonic, who was looking at him with an exasperated expression before breaking into a smile. Lord X, now intrigued, asked what bargain Izuku had in store. Izuku reiterated that he had information about a world that Lord X could conquer, positioning himself as the true god of that realm. Lord X leaned in, eager to hear more. Izuku explained that in that world, nearly everyone possessed superpowers, and most were corrupted. If Lord X revealed his true self, they would follow him without hesitation. Lord X questioned what would happen if Izuku was wrong. Izuku offered that Lord X could delve into his memories and manifest in the universe he spoke of, taking control of the human he desired most. The potential for power was evident, and Lord X rubbed his hands together, intrigued. Izuku then made his request clear. In exchange for his world, he asked that Lord X leave Mobius and its inhabitants alone for the rest of their lives. Lord X considered this, observing the others in Mobius mobilizing to confront him. He chuckled, realizing that Izuku's plan was clever. All he needed to do was allow himself to be expelled from Sonic's body, and he could seize control of the world Izuku had described. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked if something in Izuku's world had caused him to abandon it. Surely there were people there he would want to protect. Inside Lord X, Sonic shouted a warning, urging Izuku not to answer, but his voice went unheard. Izuku reflected on his past, explaining that his world had not accepted him for lacking a power. It was a place where those who possessed superpowers were revered, while he had only ever wanted to be a hero. Instead, he faced mockery and scorn for his dreams. Izuku felt tears streaming down his face as he recalled the harsh words of his idol, who had told him that his dreams were impossible. He questioned whether he had ever been physically harmed, his tone surprisingly gentle. The truth weighed heavily on him. Every day had been a struggle, filled with thoughts of ending his own life, especially after being encouraged to do so by someone he had considered a friend. He hesitated, then revealed the friend's exact words, which had haunted him. Lord X, intrigued by Izuku's pain, acknowledged the gravity of the situation. He had witnessed countless lives lost across various universes, yet the bullying Izuku faced for lacking a superpower stirred something deep within him, an emotion he hadn't felt in eons. Memories of his sister, Empress C, flooded back, reminding him of the cruelty she had endured from the other gods. He had taken on the form of Sonic, embodying the qualities of an older brother, only to be banished into the void while his sister was killed. For a fleeting moment, he felt a pang of sadness for Izuku. As he looked into Izuku's broken eyes, he saw the essence of a child, yearning for friendship. Despite his dark nature, Lord X longed to be that friend, but he feared his own tendencies would frighten the boy. With a sigh, he extended his hand, offering a connection that Izuku eagerly accepted. Their palms met, sealing a bargain that would change everything. A sinister smirk crossed Lord X's face as he absorbed the information flowing from Izuku. Outside, the freedom fighters managed to pin him down, using the Mr. Emerald to extract Lord X from Sonic's body. Yet, as the demonic spirit moved into Izuku, he felt the boy's energy and memories intertwining with his own. As Sonic's body was freed, the others noticed a strange aura surrounding Izuku. Sonic, filled with anger, prepared to confront the bunny for his actions. But before he could act, the aura dissipated, and Izuku collapsed, red electricity coursing over his skin before vanishing into him. Lord X soared into the sky, satisfied with the memories he had acquired from Izuku's world. He knew that the boy's hidden longing for vengeance would soon be realized, revealing the true nature of his heroic spirit. Back on Mobius, Sonic and the others gathered in a meeting room, discussing the implications of Izuku's conversation with Lord X. The fact that Izuku had spoken to the demonic entity without their knowledge was troubling. Sonic shared what he had learned, revealing that Izuku had willingly offered his previous world to Lord X in exchange for the safety of their own. The revelation left everyone stunned. Eggman chuckled, acknowledging the bravery it took to make such a sacrifice. But Sonic, filled with frustration, argued that Izuku should have prioritized their world over his own. Sally challenged him, questioning whether he would truly allow Izuku to destroy another world to save theirs. The tension in the room was palpable as they grappled with the weight of Izuku's choices and the uncertain future that lay ahead. Sonic expressed his frustration, accusing Eggman of endangering countless lives by allowing a demon to roam free. Eggman, with a chuckle, dismissed Sonic's concerns, calling him foolish for a hedgehog. Sonic defended himself, reminding Eggman of his many victories and intelligence. Shadow interjected, pointing out that Sonic had failed to truly listen to Izuku's experiences. Sonic, confused, demanded clarification. Shadow explained that Izuku's world was filled with individuals possessing quirks, akin to superpowers, with only a small percentage lacking any abilities. He revealed that Lord X required a host with comparable powers to take control, and Izuku had inadvertently sealed Lord X's fate. Amy, seeking clarity, asked Shadow to simplify his explanation. Izuku chimed in, stating that in his world, everyone had powers that could counter Lord X's demonic abilities. Sonic, after a moment of contemplation, stood up. Izuku, still groggy, rubbed his eyes, but before he could fully awaken, he felt a sudden impact on his cheek that sent him tumbling to the ground. Rubbing his face, he looked up to see Sonic glaring down at him, filled with fury reminiscent of Bakugo's anger. Overwhelmed by fear, Izuku backed against the wall, trembling. He stammered, questioning why he had been struck. Sonic, still seething, yelled about the consequences of Izuku's actions, emphasizing the lives at stake. Izuku, feeling cornered, revealed his painful past, explaining how he had been treated as an experiment rather than a person, even by his own mother. He expressed his skepticism about the goodness of people, citing betrayals he had faced throughout his life. Sonic insisted that Izuku's past did not justify condemning others to death, arguing that some could be genuinely kind and heroic. Izuku countered, sharing his experiences of betrayal and mistrust, even among those present. Sonic challenged him, asserting that he had no right to let his world suffer due to his past. In a moment of desperation, Izuku asked if anyone had a device that could allow them to feel the pain of his memories. Tails stepped forward, mentioning a device he had created for Eggman that could showcase Izuku's memories. With a nod from Izuku, Tails placed the device on his head. As the memories flooded out, everyone in the room was drawn into Izuku's painful past. They witnessed the gradual loss of his mother's love and the betrayal of a childhood friend. Each memory felt like a weight, pressing down on those watching, as they saw Izuku endure years of emotional and physical suffering. Sonic, despite his earlier anger, felt a pang of guilt for his harsh words, realizing the depth of Izuku's struggles. Tails, too, felt a connection to Izuku's pain, recalling his own experiences of feeling abandoned and misunderstood. The women in the group watched with growing concern, realizing the toll Izuku's past had taken on him. They understood that his journey had been fraught with challenges that could have easily led him down a dark path. Izuku, overwhelmed by the memories, shed tears as he relived the moments that had shaped him. He recalled the day he was diagnosed as quirkless, the hurtful words of his mother, and the betrayal of a friend who had turned into a bully. The memory of meeting All Might, who had told him it was impossible to become a hero, haunted him. As the memory machine powered down, a final image appeared, Izuku standing before an elderly man with glowing blue eyes and yellow hair. The words that slipped from Izuku's lips were heavy with meaning, revealing his doubts about becoming a hero without power. All Might expressed his thoughts, noting that while dreaming was important, it was essential to keep those dreams realistic. As he opened a metal door and stepped through, everyone focused on the memory, recognizing its significance in Izuku's life. They rewound to the moment Izuku first met All Might, who appeared as a towering figure of muscle, much more imposing than Eggman. They watched as All Might heroically saved Izuku from a villain made of sludge. Sonic made a light-hearted comment about how he could create a tornado with enough speed to send the villain flying. As the memory continued, they saw All Might throw a powerful punch at the sludge villain, creating a shockwave that inadvertently knocked Izuku out. Moments later, All Might was shown carrying Izuku, who had clung to his leg, and they landed on another building. Here, they listened to Izuku share his aspirations of becoming a hero, despite lacking any training. Izuku expressed his belief that helping people as a hero was the greatest thing someone could do and shared how All Might inspired him. He revealed that others doubted his potential to become a hero and had instilled that doubt in him for years. He desperately sought reassurance, asking if someone without a quirk could truly become a hero like All Might. All Might looked at the boy with concern, acknowledging the rarity of someone being quirkless. Izuku explained that he believed hard work could lead him to become a hero. As they continued to watch, they saw All Might's true form, which was much shorter and scrawnier than his heroic appearance. The memory revealed that he was struggling for breath, and Izuku's memory self reacted with fear, pulling out a handkerchief. All Might thanked Izuku for his support but asked him to keep his true form a secret, emphasizing that the symbol of peace could not be seen as weak. Izuku, still curious, inquired how All Might had come to be in such a state. All Might explained that he had sustained a serious injury 6 years prior while fighting a villain whose power was devastating. He clarified that it wasn't the infamous toxic chainsaw who had caused his injuries. Izuku pressed for more details, and All Might revealed that he had to ensure the villain responsible was hidden from history, as he had taken drastic action against him. The revelation shocked Izuku, who appeared overwhelmed by the weight of the information. The others watching the memory noted Izuku's distress, recognizing how deeply it affected him. Rouge approached Izuku and sat beside him, offering comfort as the memory continued to unfold. All Might then addressed Izuku's earlier question about whether someone without a quirk could become a hero. He explained that while it might be difficult, there were many ways to be a hero, such as becoming a doctor, firefighter, or police officer. He encouraged Izuku to dream but reminded him to keep those dreams attainable. As the memory faded, Izuku was visibly upset, tears streaming down his face. Rouge embraced him, and he returned the hug, seeking solace in her presence. She wrapped her wings around him, lifting him gently as he continued to cry. The others observed Izuku's frail form, noting his thinness, and as Rouge left the room with him, Sally and the others exchanged glances, concerned for the boy. Sally firmly stated that Sonic needed to apologize for his earlier actions, emphasizing that Izuku had endured a challenging life before arriving in their world. She acknowledged his contributions and the fact that he had helped save the world. Sonic questioned what they would do with Izuku, realizing he needed a place to stay. Sally suggested placing him in the care of Vanilla and Cream, believing they could help him gain strength and support. As they left the room, Amy reflected on the situation, realizing that Izuku had faced challenges even greater than those she had encountered. All Robotnik wanted was to help people adjust to living with technology, though he had a peculiar interest in transforming animals into robots. As he left the room, Tails and Sonic exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting their discomfort. Rouge was guiding Izuku through the main base of the Freedom Fighters. She noticed him quietly sniffling, tears still streaming down his cheeks despite his earlier outburst of sadness. It seemed as if he had the extraordinary ability to cry without running out of tears. With a gentle smile, she rubbed the area between his ears, and to her surprise, he leaned into her touch. It was almost as if, aside from the love he received from his mother, he was starved for affection from others. She shook her head at the thought. He must have been around women in his world, given that he attended school. However, recalling that most of his classmates had been emotionally and physically abusive toward him made her frown. Sighing, she helped him into her vehicle, which she had purchased with money she had acquired from various sources. With Izuku settled in the passenger seat, she decided to take him to Vanilla the rabbit and Cream the bunny. They had recently experienced the loss of Vanilla's husband and Cream's father, and having another male presence in their home might help them heal. As she drove toward Night Carnival Zone, where the Chow and rabbits lived peacefully alongside the robots that patrolled the area, she shook her head at the inappropriate thought of Izuku developing a relationship with Vanilla and becoming a father figure to Cream. The drive felt long, with Izuku gazing out the window, lost in thought. Rouge focused on the road, understanding that he wasn't in a talkative mood after the revelations about his past. After a few hours, they finally arrived at Night Carnival Zone and navigated the dark streets in search of Vanilla's home. Eventually, Rouge found the house and parked in the driveway. She helped Izuku out of the vehicle, as he had dozed off during the ride. They made their way to the front door and knocked. A soft sound came from inside as they waited for someone to answer. When the door opened, Izuku was greeted by an adorable sight. Vanilla held Cream in her arms, who was slowly drifting off to sleep while mumbling about wanting to bake a cake with her mother. Izuku smiled at the little girl, still in a sleepy haze, while Rouge spoke on his behalf. "Hello, Vanilla. It's nice to see you again," Rouge said with a smirk. "Oh, good evening to you as well, Rouge. Is there anything I can do for you?" Vanilla asked. Rouge explained that she needed Vanilla to take care of Izuku, who had just arrived on Mobius and had been through some difficult experiences. She asked if he could stay with them until he found his own home. Vanilla welcomed Izuku, stating that he could stay as long as he wanted, but he needed to stay out of trouble. Izuku felt a tightness in his chest at the thought of having a place to stay. "I can stay here, as long as I want?" he asked, his insecurities surfacing. "Of course, you may be a green bunny, but I've never had to deal with that alone before." "Just look at Cream," Vanilla said, pulling Cream from her arms. "Mama, I want to go to bed," Cream complained softly. "Cream, we have a new resident. Say hello to. What's your name again?" Vanilla asked, turning to Izuku. "Midoriya Izuku," he replied shyly. "Don't call me ma'am, it makes me feel old. Just call me Vanilla," she said, smiling at him. "Midoriya. Is that a name from another country?" Cream asked curiously. "Yeah, I come from a planet where we say our last names first," Izuku explained, and Cream smiled in response. As Cream led Izuku inside, Vanilla observed the two. Izuku, despite his lack of experience with children, seemed to engage with Cream effortlessly. Rouge watched the scene unfold before turning to Vanilla with a serious expression, which was unusual for her. "Is there something you wish to tell me, Rouge?" Vanilla inquired. Rouge explained that Izuku carried a heavy burden beneath his kind exterior. She warned Vanilla that if he ever snapped, it should not be held against him, as he had few outlets for his anger. She mentioned that he had been human before arriving in their world. "A human, you say? How did he become like my people then?" Vanilla asked, intrigued. Rouge speculated that it might have something to do with the Chaos Emeralds or the MSTR Emerald. He was brought to their world for a reason, and she intended to ensure that he stayed safe, far away from the schemes of Dr. Eggman. Only Sonic and his friends could understand the pain that the young boy had endured. Rouge prepared to leave when Izuku called out to her. She turned, curious about what he wanted, but before she could ask, he hugged her tightly. He expressed his gratitude for her kindness, admitting that he had never experienced such warmth before. He wondered if he would see her again. Rouge assured him that he should keep an eye on the news, and before leaving, she gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek. Standing in the driveway of the rabbit household, Izuku watched as Rouge drove away. He touched the spot on his cheek where she had kissed him, his face flushing with embarrassment as he heard Vanilla giggle. Turning to her, he realized it was too late. She had already taken several pictures of his blushing face in reaction to the kiss. Concerned, he looked at Vanilla, who reassured him that she wouldn't show the pictures to anyone, only keeping them in her photo albums. Izuku apologized, still feeling flustered, explaining that he had never been kissed like that before. Vanilla teased him, suggesting that he would be the one flirting with her in no time. Izuku protested, claiming he didn't like her that way, having only just met her. Later, Izuku settled down on the couch in Vanilla's home, determined to leave when the time was right. He didn't want to burden the family with his problems. Although he was a rabbit Mobian, he still felt the weight of his human emotions. Sleep came easily in a place he felt safe, but he had no dreams of his past life. Instead, he experienced a peaceful slumber, interrupted by a blush-inducing dream featuring rouge. The next morning, Izuku woke up and noticed something unusual. He shook his head, trying to clear his mind of any inappropriate thoughts, and stepped into the shower, turning the water cold to regain his composure. He didn't want Vanilla and Cream to see him in an embarrassing state. After getting ready, he walked Cream to school, making sure to stay close by. Izuku was also searching for a job, determined not to be a burden on anyone. He didn't have many skills, but he was committed to finding work. When he returned home that evening, Vanilla and Cream rushed to him, clearly worried. Vanilla asked if he was all right, inspecting him for injuries. He reassured her that he was fine, just looking for a job. Vanilla expressed concern, reminding him that he was too young to work. Izuku insisted that he didn't want to be a burden, recalling how he had already felt like one in his previous life. Vanilla's expression softened as she reassured him that they wouldn't kick him out. He was part of their family now. Izuku felt overwhelmed, expressing his feelings of being a fraud for being brought to this world without a choice. He felt like he didn't belong, especially looking different from everyone else. Vanilla urged him to calm down, assuring him that they could find a way to help him feel less like a burden. As Izuku paced the room, Vanilla recognized the signs of his distress. She approached him slowly, aware that he was watching her movements closely. When she knelt to be at his level, she reached out a hand, moving it gently toward his shoulder, trying to offer comfort without startling him. Seeing him act with an unusual caution for someone his age, Vanilla felt a tear roll down her cheek as she gently wrapped her arm around him. She pulled the boy into an embrace, rubbing his back softly. Initially, he stiffened under her hug, and for a moment, she feared he would not accept her warmth. But then he sank to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably in her hold, his entire form trembling as he cried. He expressed his feelings of worthlessness, having been told his whole life that he was a burden. Yet here, he had experienced kindness he never thought he would receive from her people. Vanilla reassured him that he needed comfort and promised that after that day, he would meet someone who could help him with his struggles. Cream, feeling left out of this emotional moment, rushed toward them and leaped into their embrace as well. For nearly 2 hours, Izuku continued to cry in their arms before slowly pulling away, feeling embarrassed for revealing such vulnerability. Standing up, he looked into their eyes and asked if they could help him. Vanilla responded with warmth, affirming that helping him was what family was for. Izuku admitted he didn't know what a family was supposed to do, as his own had never been present. In that moment, Vanilla felt a pang of sorrow for him, realizing how deeply he had been affected by his past. As Izuku spoke about his lack of understanding regarding family dynamics, he was unexpectedly pulled into a deep hug by Vanilla, who trembled slightly as she held him. The embrace was something he had never anticipated, and he found himself frozen in place, captivated by her beauty. When she pulled back to look into his eyes, she saw confusion and tears building up. Vanilla cared deeply for her daughter, Cream, but in that moment, Izuku needed a mother's attention. She gently placed her palm on his cheek, watching as he focused on her hand before she softly caressed his face. She spoke to him in a nurturing tone, conveying her concern for his situation. She expressed her heartbreak over the fact that his own mother had neglected him, asking who could make him feel that way. Izuku shared that his mother had stopped caring for him when she discovered he was quirkless. The absence of any positive memories regarding his mother revealed the neglect he had endured. Vanilla felt a surge of determination to help him reach his full potential. Looking into his large emerald eyes, she made a decision. She asked Izuku if he would like to learn what a true family looked like, how they should support one another, and how they should communicate. He responded with a tearful affirmation, expressing his longing for that experience. When Vanilla inquired about the last time he felt love from his mother, he revealed that he hadn't felt a motherly hug since he was 4 years old. As he reflected on his past, he realized how long it had been since his mother had shown any care for him, especially during times when he was hurt or struggling. He had endured neglect and even harsh treatment after receiving bad grades, which was far from the nurturing a child should receive. Unbeknownst to him, he muttered his thoughts under his breath as Vanilla held him close. They had moved from standing in the middle of the room to sitting on the couch, where she continued to comfort him, rubbing his hair. As he recounted the troubling experiences with his mother, Vanilla felt a growing sense of alarm. A mother should protect her child, not inflict pain or punishment for mistakes. Before long, the sound of Izuku's sniffles and sobs filled the room as he cried more about his situation. Vanilla's nurturing demeanor stood in stark contrast to the neglect he had known, and she was determined to show him the love and support he had been missing. Vanilla listened intently as Izuku shared his feelings, his small stature making him appear vulnerable, like a newborn bunny. He expressed his longing to be part of her family, and Vanilla's heart warmed at his words. She decided they would begin the process of adoption the next day, wanting to change his last name to hers so he could leave behind the painful memories of his past. No one should endure such suffering, and she was determined to provide him with a loving home. Later that evening, Vanilla felt the need to inform Sonic and their friends about Izuku's situation. Knowing most of them would likely be asleep, she still wanted to keep them in the loop. She reached for her phone and called Tails, aware that the young fox often worked late into the night. Standing outside Izuku's newly prepared bedroom, she waited for Tails to pick up. Tails answered, curious about her late-night call. Vanilla informed him about Izuku, noting that he had deeper wounds than he let on. She asked if Tails was aware of Izuku's relationship with his mother from his previous world. Tails mentioned that they had seen some memories through a device he created with Eggman, but they had not delved into his family life, as Izuku had been guarded about his past. Vanilla explained that Izuku had been hesitant to share his history because he had just met them. However, during their earlier conversation, it became clear that he was deeply affected by his biological mother. Tails grew serious, asking if Izuku had been abused. Vanilla revealed that while it seemed mostly to be neglect, it escalated to abuse when he didn't achieve good grades. She sighed, feeling the weight of Izuku's experiences. Tails expressed disbelief at how a mother could react that way. Vanilla continued, sharing her concerns about Izuku's body language, which suggested he had faced more than just neglect. It seemed that he had been conditioned to expect harm, and Tails acknowledged the complexity of the situation. They discussed Izuku's arrival in their world, but he had not shared any details about that. Vanilla planned to help Izuku settle in and mentioned that he would take Cream to school the next day. Tails agreed that connecting with Cream would be beneficial for him. Vanilla chuckled, revealing that Izuku already saw Cream as a little sister, as she had climbed into bed with him during the night. The next morning, Izuku woke up to find Cream sleeping peacefully in his arms. He gently hugged her, instinctively rubbing his head against hers, a gesture he remembered from an article about how rabbits comfort each other. He hoped to protect her from any potential harm, just as he had wished for his own sister in his previous life. Carefully, he got out of bed, holding Cream close as they made their way to the kitchen. Vanilla turned to greet them with a smile, setting the table as Izuku placed Cream in her chair. She had noticed Cream climbing into his bed the night before and reminded him to ensure she made it to school. Izuku nodded, still rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Vanilla suggested he take a quick shower while she finished preparing breakfast, and he agreed, leaving the two girls in the kitchen. Cream slowly opened her eyes, smiling at her mother as she was offered something to eat. Once Izuku returned from his shower, Cream noticed that he was shirtless this time. She watched him look around the room with a nervous expression, while Vanilla smiled at him. Vanilla commented on how the green fur on him looked great, likening him to a green rabbit ready to take on the day. Izuku, feeling a bit embarrassed about not wearing clothes, looked away. He expressed his discomfort about being naked without clothing, to which Vanilla chuckled and reassured him that he didn't need to conform to their world's customs. She explained that most of their species didn't wear clothes, except for the males. Izuku nodded, contemplating his longing to settle down in their world and learn their ways. Vanilla encouraged him, saying he didn't have to conform if it made him uncomfortable. As she prepared some food for him, he started eating slowly before quickly devouring the meal. Vanilla noticed that Izuku's body type was not as muscular as Sonic and Tails, and she could see his ribs slightly. This observation prompted her to jot down notes about his body language and behavior, growing increasingly concerned about his well-being. She listed several issues she had noticed: a slight limp in his left leg, jitters when alone with others, signs of neglect, a wary demeanor even in safe spaces, visible scars suggesting past abuse, a tendency to trust authority figures, and a lack of self-preservation instincts. As she reviewed her notes, a tear fell down her face when she heard Izuku and Cream leave through the front door. Once the door clicked shut, she sank to her knees, feeling a mix of hatred and fear for the circumstances that led to her having to document these issues. She realized that helping him would require significant effort, especially concerning his limp, which indicated it hadn't healed properly. Determined to support him, she began preparing his room with items she found in the garage, including belongings from her late husband. Among the items, she discovered an old wooden guitar that needed new strings. Thinking Izuku would appreciate it, she set off to buy some strings, hoping to show him that she cared. She also found another guitar and some rings along the way, ensuring he would have options in case one broke. When Izuku returned from taking Cream to school, he approached the bedroom where Vanilla had been setting things up for him. Upon entering, he noticed the guitars in the corner of the room. He reached for one and began to strum the chords, looking up at Vanilla, who nodded encouragingly as she took a seat nearby. Vanilla watched with admiration as Izuku tuned the guitar to his liking. A ghost of a smile appeared on his face as he started to play a melody, and she sensed he had a talent for singing. As he began softly, she realized he chose an appealing song, even if it sounded a bit off with the guitar instead of a piano. He sang about love and bravery, expressing emotions that resonated deeply. Vanilla sat in awe, captivated by his talent and eager to hear more. As he continued, his strumming shifted from swift and precise to soft and gentle, and she couldn't help but smile, knowing he had a gift worth nurturing. He continued strumming the chords, aware that there was another part of the song left to sing. The melody was dedicated to his baby sister, who remained in his old world, the one he had sacrificed to be in this place. Vanilla noticed the boy's eyes welling up with tears as he sniffled, beginning the third and final part of the song. Kneeling in front of Izuku, she placed a hand on his lap and gazed into his eyes, seeing the heartbreak reflected in his expression. As he sang, the emotions poured out of him. He sang of love that transcended time, of waiting and longing, and of a bond that could not be broken. With each strum, he slowed down until he reached the end, giving one last strum to conclude the song. Gently setting the guitar aside, he covered his mouth as sobs escaped him, thoughts of his baby sister flooding his mind. He regretted leaving her behind, vulnerable to the whims of Lord X and whatever plans the deity had for his home world. Vanilla wrapped him in another hug, marking the fourth or fifth time she had comforted him since his arrival. Vanilla complimented the song, curious about where he had learned it. Izuku turned away, tears still streaming down his face, and shared that he had learned to play the guitar from a family called the 𝐻𝐿𝐼, who had treated him like a second family. He felt a warmth in his heart for Vanilla, who had taken him in. She reassured him, understanding his feelings, but encouraged him to focus on the present. She expressed her longing for him to be her child in all but BLD. With a smile, she revealed a small folder containing a picture of his bunny-eared form smiling at the camera. Izuku was puzzled about how she had obtained it, but he noticed a line at the bottom requesting his signature to officially name him Izuku the Rabbit. He hesitated but eventually signed his first name, with Vanilla stopping him from writing his last name out of habit. Vanilla suggested he play the instruments in the room while she finalized the paperwork, mentioning that 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 would love to hear him sing. She stood up, stretched, and left the room with a smile. Izuku sat in the room Vanilla had provided, feeling grateful for her kindness. She was far more caring than the mother he had known in his old world, the one he had allowed Lord X to take over. Nightmares of the monstrous deity haunted him, but he pushed those thoughts aside, focusing instead on being the perfect older brother to 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. The small rabbit had embraced him as her new sibling, and they spent days playing together after his adoption. Izuku enjoyed singing for 𝐀𝐮, cheese, and 𝐀𝐮_𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, the two 𝐀𝐻 that 𝐀𝐮 had saved from Eggman's robots. He was determined to become stronger, training diligently while incorporating music into his practice. Today, however, he decided to try something different. Standing in the backyard, he entered a power-charging stance he had seen in shows from his world. Gritting his teeth, he searched within himself for a hidden strength, unaware that green electricity began to crackle around him. Vanilla stepped outside and was taken aback by the sight of Izuku glowing, his eyes shut and fists clenched, as the sky darkened from the energy he was emitting. Vanilla rushed toward Izuku, fearing something terrible would happen to him just days after the first good thing had occurred in his life. As she approached, a lightning bolt struck from the sky. Time seemed to slow for her as she struggled to reach him. She could only watch in horror as Izuku's eyes glowed a toxic green, and the lightning struck him directly on the head. The ground trembled beneath them as he was hit, and a scream of pain echoed through the air. However, as Vanilla reached the crater, she was taken aback to see Izuku not in agony, but filled with joy and exhilaration. Confusion washed over her as she observed him moving with incredible speed, small gusts of wind swirling around him. She approached him, her expression serious. Izuku, brimming with excitement, exclaimed that he had discovered his power. Vanilla acknowledged the significance of this moment but pressed him for an explanation as to why he hadn't shared this news with her. He shuffled his feet, apologizing and explaining that he thought she was too busy. Vanilla reassured him that she wasn't angry, just wanting him to feel comfortable sharing his feelings. She inquired about the dangerous act he had just performed. Izuku explained that he had felt a strange presence when Lord X took control of his body, as if something hidden within him had been unlocked, something he believed should have been part of him all along, a quirk. His face radiated joy as he moved his hands, green electricity crackling around him, providing warmth. Curious, Vanilla reached out her gloved hand toward the sparks. As she got close, the electricity jumped to her finger, giving her a surprising static shock. Izuku looked concerned, but she waved him off and guided him inside the house while he figured out how to control his newfound abilities. They were so absorbed in his power that they nearly missed the door opening, revealing a robotic voice announcing the return of young 𝐀𝐮 from school. Vanilla instructed the robot, 𝐀𝐮_𝐬𝐵, to ensure 𝐀𝐮 took a bath. Izuku, intrigued, asked who 𝐀𝐮 was, and Vanilla shared the robot's backstory. 𝐀𝐮 had once been a badnik working for Dr. Eggman, sent to capture Sonic and his friends, but after being defeated, Tails had modified it to protect 𝐀𝐮 and Vanilla, which made Izuku realize that 𝐀𝐮 had a built-in protector. Later, as Izuku entered his bedroom, he found 𝐀𝐮 near one of the instruments. The robot greeted him, apologizing for not meeting him sooner and expressing surprise at discovering that 𝐀𝐮 had an older brother. They shook hands, and 𝐀𝐮 proposed they work together to keep 𝐀𝐮 safe. Izuku chuckled, agreeing to the plan. When 𝐀𝐮 asked if Izuku played the instruments, he admitted he had played a few songs for 𝐀𝐮 and Vanilla, though he was unsure of his talent. 𝐀𝐮 encouraged him to create a song for everyone to hear, believing that if 𝐀𝐮 and Vanilla enjoyed it, others would too. As time passed, Izuku became increasingly involved with the restorationists, assisting in evacuating civilians after battles against Eggman. With no recent attacks from Eggman, Izuku felt a growing concern about the villain's whereabouts. While preparing a ship for flight, he heard movement behind him. Turning around, he saw Sonic and his friends approaching, smiles on their faces, but there was an underlying worry in their expressions. Izuku asked if everything was all right as he cleaned the windshield of one of the shuttles. Amy inquired if he had heard about Sally Acorn, and when Izuku mentioned she had returned to her kingdom, Sonic tossed a small picture onto the ground, revealing that they had found her, but something was amiss. Sonic expressed his frustration as he picked up a picture lying on the ground, not looking at Izuku. Flipping the page, he discovered the unfortunate fate of Sally, who had been roboticized by Robotnik in recent months. This revelation weighed heavily on Sonic, making him unusually quiet. Izuku noticed Sonic's demeanor and asked for clarification about why they were sharing this news, pointing out that Amy was set to lead the restorationists in Sally's absence. Amy explained that they felt Izuku should know, especially since Sally had shown him kindness after the incident with Lord X 5 months ago. Izuku reassured them that he was fine and had gained something positive from that experience. He revealed that after Lord X had inhabited his body and left Mobius, it had unlocked a hidden potential within him. As he activated his power, a teal-green glow surrounded his hand, and sparks of green electricity danced around his palm. Tails rushed over, fascinated, and inspected the electricity, followed closely by Amy. Even Sonic, who was usually the fastest, took a moment to compare their powers. Sonic asked if Lord X had left Izuku a gift, to which Izuku responded that he only discovered this ability after noticing a spark when unplugging his guitar a week later. Tails was eager to learn more about Izuku's new power, and they all moved inside the base to conduct tests. They evaluated his speed, strength, endurance, and dexterity, noting that his intelligence remained stable but with quicker processing. After the tests, Tails began comparing notes on Izuku's powers with others who had similar abilities. Izuku explained that he had noticed an increase in his energy during storms, which Tails recorded for future reference. Tails concluded that Izuku could be a valuable asset in battles against Eggman on stormy days, but Izuku preferred to avoid fighting for now, wanting to help in other ways. Amy agreed, appreciating that someone focused on safety was a good addition to their team. Meanwhile, in one of Dr. Evo, Eggman Robotnik's secret labs, the doctor was reviewing his notes, frustrated by his recent defeats against Sonic and his friends. He was determined to create a new threat. As he worked, a figure entered the room, a platypus named Dr. 𝗧𝗟𝗏, dressed in a red overcoat and glasses. Eggman, noticing 𝗧𝗟𝗏, continued his work on a device designed to turn anything it touched into a robot. He observed a plant transforming into a robotic flower, chuckling to himself as he made adjustments to his virus. He then asked 𝗧𝗟𝗏 about the whereabouts of Ruff and Tumble, learning they were in prison. Eggman commanded 𝗧𝗟𝗏 to break them out, emphasizing the need for experience in battling Sonic. 𝗧𝗟𝗏 agreed and left through a portal. Back in the lab, Eggman focused on creating a nearly unbeatable device, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he envisioned Sonic's reaction to his new plan. He laughed, declaring that if he couldn't have Mobius, then no one would. A few weeks had passed since 𝗧𝗟𝗏 left the Eggman base in his secret location. Eggman was working diligently to complete his research on his latest project, the metal virus, which he considered his greatest achievement thus far. He eagerly anticipated the results of introducing it to live experiments, having already tested it on inorganic life forms like plants from various locations around the globe. The outcomes varied. Some spread rapidly, while others progressed at a painfully slow pace, prompting Eggman to adjust the virus for quicker dissemination. During a live test on an organic life form from Mobius, Eggman observed a chippy he had collected from the nearby forest. He applied the metal virus liquid to it, and almost immediately, the creature transformed into a robotic zombie, unable to follow commands. This rapid reaction thrilled Eggman, and he proceeded to another test, curious to see how quickly the virus could spread to other organic life forms within the same environment. He isolated another animal after it was touched by the robotic zombie. For hours, the metal virus took hold of the new animal as it struggled against the infection. By the 4th hour, the creature succumbed, transforming into a robotic zombie. Eggman was elated with this information and moved on to another experiment, eager to see how quickly the virus could spread through prolonged interactions among the infected individuals. He watched with a mix of excitement and amusement as the two robotic zombies interacted with the other animals, who were clearly distressed as they began to undergo transformation. However, Eggman noticed something unusual about the last organic life form. Unlike his expectations, it was running around in fear of the robotic zombies. To his horror, he witnessed the robots attack the creature with ferocity, tearing it apart. This unexpected outcome disturbed him, as he had never intended to eliminate all organic life. His goal was to convert them into robots to reshape the planet in his image. Determined to understand this behavior, he introduced another organic life form into the test. As anticipated, the trio of roboticized zombies approached the new arrival, their expressions shifting to something more primal. They attacked, but surprisingly, they did not spread the virus to the new creature. This realization brought a sadistic smile to Eggman's face as he regarded his new pets through the protective test tube. He mused about the minor setback in his plans for the metal virus, convinced that he could find a solution. The thought of finally eliminating Sonic filled him with glee, even as he acknowledged he would miss the hedgehog for thwarting his ambitions. Eggman laughed heartily, his voice echoing in the lab. Meanwhile, in Westside Forest Mobitropolis, Izuku had left the cottage where Vanilla had relocated after the events in Central City. He needed to learn how to harness his newfound powers in secret, so he trained in the forest near Mobitropolis, seeking peace. The young rabbit had improved significantly, conversing comfortably with 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, who discussed various strategies to protect Cream from any harm Eggman might inflict. As they walked through the forest toward Mobitropolis to gather groceries for Vanilla, they entered a small convenience store she often visited. They collected supplies for the upcoming weeks when they noticed something unusual in the sky. An Eggman-shaped ship hovered above, and a strange silver liquid poured out, descending toward the city. Concerned, Izuku asked 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 if this was expected. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 locked into place, prompting Izuku to wave a hand in front of the robot's eyes. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 warned of imminent danger to Cream, urging them to return home and evacuate everyone. Without hesitation, they dashed into the forest. In their haste, they failed to notice the chaos unfolding behind them. As they disappeared into the trees, the silver liquid landed on civilians, transforming them into roboticized zombies who began to attack anyone in sight. The infection spread rapidly, turning many Mobians and humans into mindless creatures, creating a scene of panic and confusion in the city. The situation escalated as roboticized zombies began to hunt down anyone who remained uninfected. Izuku and 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 arrived at the cottage, kicking the door open. In the living room, Vanilla looked at them with a slightly annoyed expression while they searched for Cream. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 moved through the house, determined to find her. Izuku rushed over to Vanilla, urging her to leave the house and head to the nearby car she had purchased with the rings she collected during her time in the city. Fear was evident in Izuku's eyes as he pushed her toward the car. Vanilla, feeling the tension, asked what was wrong. She knew Izuku had been eager to see the Freedom Fighters HQ, but this felt extreme. Izuku insisted that now was not the time for hesitation. Eggman was attacking the city, and a strange liquid had emerged from a giant face in the sky. Vanilla nodded, understanding the urgency. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 exited the house, scanning the nearby forest for Cream's signature. He realized they needed to head to the kindergarten where Cream would likely be waiting. He turned to Izuku, asking if he could run to the kindergarten to collect her. Izuku nodded and dashed off. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 informed Vanilla that they needed to leave the city immediately, as he detected signs of a virus threatening the population. Vanilla agreed, worried about whether they would reunite with Izuku and Cream at the HQ. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 estimated that Izuku had a high chance of retrieving Cream and escaping the city safely, prompting Vanilla to drive away. As Izuku sprinted through the streets, he encountered distressing scenes. Mobians and humans transformed into strange, red-eyed creatures moved with a robotic precision. Navigating through backstreets and alleys, he finally reached Cream's school, where chaos reigned. Children of all ages were fleeing from the roboticized beings, tears streaming down their faces as they called for their parents. Izuku grabbed a metal bat and fought off the infected, allowing the children to escape into the school and reach their classrooms. He rushed through the halls, tossing aside robotic enemies as he searched for Cream. Eventually, he found her with her 𝐀𝐮 companions. He threw the bat at 4 roboticized zombies, knocking them down, and Cream's eyes lit up when she saw him. She ran over with her 𝐀𝐮 close behind, and Izuku scooped them all into his arms, rushing out of the school. Cream asked if he would help the others escape, and after a moment's hesitation, Izuku decided they needed to alert everyone. He hurried to the principal's office to use the intercom system. Taking a deep breath, he addressed everyone in Mobigarten, urging them to remain calm and exit the school swiftly. He identified himself as Cream's older brother and a member of the Freedom Fighters, instructing everyone to gather at the buses with someone who could drive. He encouraged them to be brave in this moment of crisis. Cream smiled at him, grateful for his help. Izuku explained that they still needed to evacuate the city and reach Restoration HQ, which he felt compelled to see. He picked up Cream and continued through the halls. As they moved quietly, they encountered more roboticized zombies but used their movements to their advantage. Izuku created a distraction by throwing an item down the hallway, causing the zombies to rush in that direction. Once outside, he found many children hiding under a bus. He called out to them, and they emerged, allowing him to take a head count. After ensuring everyone was accounted for, Izuku climbed onto the bus, searching for someone with a driver's license. The children looked at him with concern, revealing that all the teachers had been taken by the monsters. Determined, Izuku instructed them to buckle up, announcing that he would drive. He closed the retractable doors and started the bus with a key he had found earlier. As he drove, the loud cries of the robotic enemies echoed around them. Izuku focused on getting the children to safety, ignoring the damage to the bus as he sped down the road. In the rearview mirror, he saw the roboticized undead chasing them. Along the way, he picked up civilians fleeing from the chaos, filling the bus with survivors. Finally, after navigating through the turmoil caused by Dr. Eggman's attack, Izuku managed to lead the children and survivors out of the city. He slowed the bus down on a nearby hill, relieved to see Vanilla's vehicle in the distance. As soon as he stopped the bus near the vehicle, Vanilla and 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 moved over to it, having run out of gas for their own car. The two climbed aboard the bus and took seats at the front. Vanilla looked at Izuku with surprise, realizing the effort he had put in. She expressed her astonishment at how long he had taken, noting that he was saving others. Izuku explained that it wasn't easy. He had escaped the first horde before encountering civilians trying to leave the city. He had stopped to pick up anyone who wasn't infected by the plague, hoping to save as many as possible while wishing the situation wouldn't frighten the children. Vanilla reassured him that he had done all he could, but they needed to leave now. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 chimed in, praising Izuku for saving Cream and the 𝐀𝐮 from danger. As Izuku drove the bus at a slower pace, he observed Vanilla pulling out a radio to contact Restoration HQ. She seemed engaged in an important conversation as he navigated toward a location he didn't know. Eventually, Vanilla began giving him directions to the Restoration HQ, which was a few hours away. She explained that Sonic and Amy had encountered two individuals who were part of the outbreak, referred to as Patient Zero. Unlike others, these two were trying to spread the infection. Sonic had saved Amy from being infected, but in doing so, he had become infected himself. Now, he was racing across the world to save as many people as possible while managing his own infection. It was said that if one was fast enough, they could outrun the virus. As the bus continued its journey, Izuku felt himself growing sleepier until they finally arrived at Restoration HQ. Approaching the gate, he noticed people protecting it from any roboticized undead, wearing heavy armor or being robots themselves. After a scan of the bus, they were allowed to enter the base, where Izuku parked nearby. He saw Amy rushing over as civilians began to disembark. People were directing the newcomers to internment areas where they could rest and stay safe from the virus spreading across Mobius. Once Izuku, Cream, Vanilla, the 𝐀𝐮, and 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 exited the bus, Amy greeted each of them with hugs, thanking fate for their survival. Izuku felt a blush creep onto his face as Amy hugged him tightly, but he simply patted her back, still feeling anxious around women. He, Vanilla, and Cream made their way to the command center to meet Amy. Amy asked if they wanted to know more about the virus. Izuku explained that he had been at the store with 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 when an Eggman ship had dropped a strange silver liquid onto the city, but he didn't fully understand how it worked. Amy nodded, sharing that Tails had gathered information about it. The virus was called the metal virus, created by Eggman. The troubling part was that if enough infected individuals gathered, they began to act like zombies from fiction, tearing through the unfortunate souls they encountered. Izuku muttered that this explained the gruesome scene he had witnessed at Mobian. Amy, shocked, asked if the children had survived, recalling seeing some exit the bus earlier. Izuku reassured her that he had saved as many children as he could, including some who had survived the initial outbreak in Mobitropolis. He expressed his concern that even Sonic might struggle to handle this situation alone. Amy hoped Sonic would provide more information about the metal virus or that Tails would develop a cure soon. Tails was currently in 𝐶𝐿, studying the infected and working on a cure. Izuku sighed in relief and asked if he could help rescue civilians near those cities. Amy agreed and suggested he assist Tails in 𝐶𝐿, believing his help would be valuable. Once at the hangar bay, Izuku climbed onto one of the ships heading to 𝐶𝐿. The ship took off, and he prepared to support Tails against the 𝐮𝐵s. As the ship flew high over Tails' lab, Izuku leaped out, landing just outside. He knocked on the door, and Tails opened it slightly, surprised to see Izuku waving. Allowing him inside, Tails focused on creating the vaccine for the metal virus while Izuku ensured he wouldn't be interrupted. Izuku overheard Tails mention needing a live sample of the virus. He assured Tails that he would retrieve it. Quietly moving through the building, he opened a nearby window and climbed out, closing it softly. He collected some leftover metal virus samples from the street and hurried back inside the laboratory, ready to assist Tails in any way he could. Knocking on the door again, he handed the vial to Tails, who immediately began working on re-engineering the virus to transform it into a cure based on the data Sonic provided. Just as Tails started uploading the information to Restoration HQ, the building's internet went out. Tails quickly pulled out the hard files from his computer when Izuku was unexpectedly launched through the metal door to his hidden computer. Izuku had a cut on his forehead from hitting the corner of the counter, but he managed to keep the files secure as Tails pulled him into the area where his ship was located. Breaking through his lab, Tails tossed a few infected creatures aside as they rushed toward the escape route where Whisper and Tangle had last been seen in 𝐶𝐿. The two had reached the escape shuttle set to depart for Restoration HQ when Izuku placed the files in Tails' hands, who looked at him in shock. Izuku urged Tails to leave, insisting he would hold off the approaching 𝐮𝐵s. Without hesitation, Tails took off into the sky as Izuku jumped from the mecha plane onto the side of a nearby building. With 𝐮𝐵s closing in, Izuku leaped to another building, pursued by the relentless horde. Tails and the others called out to him as he dashed through the streets, surrounded by countless 𝐮𝐵s with snarling faces. Turning a corner, Izuku encountered a smaller group of 𝐮𝐵s and looked up to see the shuttle where Amy and the others were located. He smiled at the sight of Cream peering down from the ship just as the 𝐮𝐵s closed in from both sides. Determined, Izuku decided it was time to test his powers over electricity. His body began to emit an emerald glow as he declared that Eggman might have destroyed much of the world, but he would not take away their hope. A bolt of lightning struck where he stood, clearing the waves of 𝐮𝐵s surrounding him. From the shuttle, Cream could no longer see Izuku amidst the chaos below, and she let out a cry of anguish, desperate to find him. A large bolt of lightning had struck Izuku in the midst of the horde, and he used the energy from the strike to escape into a nearby manhole. Crawling through the underground tunnels of 𝐶𝐿, Izuku lay on his back, breathing heavily from the effort he had exerted to buy time for the main freedom fighter ship. As he slowly lost consciousness, hours passed before he awoke to the sound of the manhole above him breaking apart. Looking up, he saw someone trying to hide in the sewers. It was a surviving civilian who had sought shelter in the sewer system of the once great city. Noticing Izuku's injuries, the civilian approached, pulled out some bandages, and began to help him heal, hoping he wasn't infected. As Izuku leaned against the wall, he caught the civilian's fearful gaze. He reassured them that he wasn't infected, just injured from using a powerful strike, and asked what had happened while he was unconscious. The civilian pointed behind him, and Izuku turned to find hundreds of hungry 𝐮𝐵s rushing toward them. They quickly climbed the ladder to escape, and the civilian fled as Izuku climbed out of the sewer. Once outside, Izuku ran as fast as he could, searching for the rest of the restorationists who had left 𝐶𝐿. By the time he exited the city, he was breathing heavily, taking stock of his surroundings. The city had transformed into a metropolis of pure metal and mechanical might. The once vibrant forestry around Central City had been replaced by a mechanical forest, devoid of life. Catching his breath, Izuku moved in the direction of the ship the restorationists had flown in. After what felt like hours of stumbling through the area, he came upon a small town on a hill, where he spotted a massive ship. As he entered the town, he saw two people fighting against the 𝐻𝗉𝗃 and rushed to assist them, determined to prevent their demise. Landing on a nearby building, he overheard a conversation between Sonic and a lemur-like woman. She was laughing as she fought off the 𝐻𝗉𝗃, and Sonic, showing some joy, quipped back at her. The lemur teased Sonic about needing a break from his hero work, to which he replied that he would remain heroic to the end. However, the woman expressed concern, suggesting that Sonic should leave as she wasn't sure how much longer she could hold them off. The lemur suggested that they could devise a plan to tackle their current situation, smirking despite her eyes revealing her true feelings. Sonic insisted that she needed to leave while he could hold off their pursuers. The lemur then revealed a small patch of liquid metal spreading across her shoulder, offering a sad smile. She explained that she had been infected while checking on her friend Jewel. As Sonic was about to respond, they noticed movement on the rooftop where Izuku was positioned. Suddenly, a figure leaped into the midst of the 𝐻𝗉𝗃, and a lightning bolt struck the ground, taking out nearly all the 𝐻𝗉𝗃 in the vicinity. They braced themselves for a new threat, only to realize it was a familiar green rabbit. Rubbing their eyes, they confirmed it was Izuku, who, despite being surrounded by 𝐻𝗉𝗃, appeared uninfected. He stumbled toward them, injuries visible on his body, prompting Sonic to rush over. Sonic expressed concern for Izuku's well-being, reaching out to help him but hesitating in fear. Izuku reassured him that he was fine, just needing a moment to catch his breath. Sonic noted that Izuku looked like he had been through a lot and asked about the lightning bolt. Izuku explained that he could generate electricity, but it was painful and he was unsure if he could MSTR it without hurting himself. Sonic then reached for his communicator as Amy called out to him, informing him that they had gathered all the civilians they could find and were preparing to leave town. She inquired about the source of the lightning bolt. Sonic suggested that Cream should come out to hear from the one who had helped them buy time. Cream, confused, asked for clarification. Izuku, breathing and with half-lidded eyes, greeted Cream, who then exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing him. As Izuku processed Cream's joyful reaction, she dropped from the sky and rushed to him, enveloping him in a tight hug while tears streamed down her face. Izuku lost his balance, and they both fell to the ground. Cream expressed her happiness, and 𝗼𝗉𝗄, arriving in front of them, explained that they had thought Izuku had perished when the lightning struck. Izuku recounted how he had hidden in a manhole for hours until a civilian helped him with bandages. 𝗼𝗉𝗄 informed them that Tangle had reached a significant level of infection and suggested evacuating the uninfected. Tangle, with a sad smile, insisted that Sonic leave her behind to hold off the 𝐻𝗉𝗃. Sonic urged her to stay safe until the end, and as he rushed away, Tangle called out an apology to Whisper. As the ship departed, they witnessed Tangle fighting valiantly against the 𝐻𝗉𝗃 until she succumbed, her gaze fixed on the direction everyone had fled, before turning toward the remaining civilians in town. On the ship, the medics worked to keep Izuku awake while Cream stayed by his side. Amy discussed with Tails what they had witnessed in the city, including Sonic's implication that Izuku was more capable than they had initially thought. Izuku had demonstrated his ability to generate lightning and showcased his strength just before Tangle was overwhelmed, although Whisper was struggling to process the news. Izuku noticed Whisper remained close to Cream, silently crying on the girl's lap. The news of Vanilla's transformation into a 𝐻𝗉𝗃 at Restorationist HQ weighed heavily on him, but he found solace in the fact that Vanilla had not been harmed in front of Cream. Having seen enough devastation in the city, he reached out to Whisper, who hesitated before taking his hand. Izuku offered his apologies for what had happened, and after a moment of silence, Whisper nodded and moved to sit beside Cream. They all remained quiet as the ship landed near a safe zone that had yet to be overrun by 𝐻𝗉𝗃. As they brainstormed their next steps, they listened to plans being devised by Eggman and others. Outside, Izuku sat on a bench, still recovering from the ordeal, but he wasn't alone. He noticed Whisper nearby, aiming a scoped weapon at Eggman through the window. Just as he prepared to intervene to prevent Whisper from taking drastic action against Eggman, 𝐻𝐿 stepped in front of the scope, blocking her line of sight. Izuku felt a wave of concern wash over him as Whisper lowered her weapon, her gaze fixed on 𝐻𝐿. An unspoken conversation seemed to pass between them, silent even to his ears, before Whisper's tears began to fall once more. Sensing the moment was right, Izuku gently placed a hand on her shoulder, offering her a sad smile as she turned to him. He acknowledged her pain, expressing his understanding of her struggles. It reassured her that as long as they could trust Sonic to resolve the situation, she would have the chance to see Tangle again, if that was who she was mourning. Whisper regarded him thoughtfully. 𝐻𝐿 chimed in, supporting Izuku's words, expressing her faith in Sonic's ability to save them, even if he appeared exhausted. After a moment of contemplation, Whisper nodded and stepped away, waiting for the others to finalize their plans. They decided to search for 𝗏𝐿𝐻, hoping the echidna was still alive on Mobius. Hours passed as they scoured the planet, eventually arriving at the serene floating island known as Angel Island. When the ship landed, Sonic leaped off the roof and greeted 𝗏𝐿𝐻, who was trying to shake off the remnants of his infection. Once everyone disembarked, 𝗏𝐿𝐻 assessed the situation, confusion evident on his face as he looked at Amy. He questioned what had happened and why Sonic bore a resemblance to Metal Sonic. Amy explained that they would need time to discuss it, but she had to inform him that Restoration HQ had been lost. 𝗏𝐿𝐻's confusion deepened as he exclaimed in disbelief. Whisper, passing by, muttered for him to ask Eggman. 𝗏𝐿𝐻 glared at Eggman, who chuckled and whistled innocently, claiming he never expected to create such an unpredictable virus. Izuku stood before the growing army of 𝗏𝗏𝐽𝐵𝑒𝑡s, a sense of dread filling him. He had witnessed their destructive power, tearing apart both Mobians and humans. The fear of becoming one of them loomed larger than the fear of fighting against them. He needed to focus. He had to help 𝗏𝗏𝐿 protect 𝐻𝐿, who had witnessed her mother transform into a 𝗏𝗏𝐽𝐵𝑒𝑡. He sighed, expressing his frustration at their inability to stop the threat. Sonic, running on a treadmill, echoed Izuku's sentiment, acknowledging their shared struggle. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Sonic running, reminiscent of a hamster in a wheel. Sonic, noticing the laughter, admonished him, insisting it was no laughing matter. Izuku apologized, explaining his thoughts about home and the guilt he felt over the sacrifices he had made. Sonic, sensing the weight of Izuku's burden, expressed his regret for his earlier words, acknowledging that Izuku had saved their reality even if he hadn't been trained for heroism. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by Eggman, who revealed a new threat emerging from the 𝗏𝗏𝐽𝐵𝐻𝗏𝐽𝐵. He displayed a recording showing 6 individuals, each holding a Chaos Emerald, taking control of the 𝗏𝗏𝐽𝐵𝐻𝗏 across Mobius and heading toward Angel Island. Eggman grimly announced the arrival of the Deadly Six. As the group strategized against the Deadly Six, they struggled to devise a plan to retrieve the Chaos Emeralds from them. Ultimately, they decided to split up and confront the Deadly Six, aiming to reclaim the emeralds for Sonic's use, as his super form could potentially halt the metal virus's spread within him. Izuku volunteered to face 𝗏𝗏, confident in his ability to fight her from both a distance and up close. 𝗏𝗏𝐿 suggested he should take on the challenge, but Izuku reminded him that his primary goal was to keep 𝐻𝐿 safe. He promised to return with the Chaos Emerald as soon as possible, ensuring Sonic's safety. Meanwhile, Eggman and Tails worked on the Warp Topaz, having sent Dr. 𝗏𝗏 through his own portal after acquiring it. Once the Warp Topaz was ready, they teleported to the location of the Deadly Six, each member of the group prepared to face their chosen opponent. Izuku stood at the portal, preparing to confront 𝗏𝗏, when 𝐻𝐿 hugged his leg. Turning around, he looked into her eyes, which were filled with tears. He knelt down and embraced her, offering his best reassuring smile. He told her not to worry, promising that he would return and instructing her to follow 𝗏𝗏𝐿's directions to stay safe. With that, he leaped into the portal. As he emerged in the sky, he used his large ears to glide down to the ground. Upon landing near 𝗏𝗏, she regarded him with disdain and a fierce glare. She demanded to know who he was, and Izuku smirked, stating that he needed the Chaos Emerald. He then leaped towards her. Meanwhile, Tails and Amy arrived at their designated location, where their opponent awaited. 𝐬𝐻𝐽 sat in a house, enjoying his meal while commanding 𝐬𝐻𝐽𝐵𝑒𝑡s to fetch him more food. He threatened anyone who wasn't a 𝐬𝐻𝐽𝐵𝑒𝑡, warning them they would be transformed if they didn't bring him more. Tails and Amy prepared for a fight, initially trying to outsmart him, but their plan quickly fell apart when 𝐬𝐻𝐽 realized Tails' attempt to distract him with talk of lunch was futile. With a furious roar, 𝐬𝐻𝐽 lunged at them, declaring that if he couldn't have food, he would feast on them instead. Back with Izuku, he skillfully dodged the pink WHP Athena sent his way. He leaped over another WHP, gathering energy as green electricity crackled around him. He moved his hand forward, unleashing a blast of compressed air and electricity that enveloped Xena. She screamed as the electric shock coursed through her body. Izuku rushed towards her, but she managed to shake off the effects of his attack. With a powerful shockwave, she sent him crashing into a nearby wall and seized his throat, glaring down at him. Despite her intimidating presence, he met her gaze with determination, showing no fear. Xena taunted him, claiming he would feel fear when she infected him, pushing him toward the approaching 𝐬𝐵𝑒𝑡s. As Izuku struggled against her grip, he felt the 𝐬𝐵𝑒𝑡s reaching for him while his body crackled with electricity. Confused, Xena looked down at him just as the sky darkened ominously. With fierce determination, Izuku gripped her shoulders tightly, declaring that he showed no fear because he had faced someone far scarier than her. As the darkness deepened, Xena attempted to throw him off, but he held on even tighter. Suddenly, green lightning rained down, striking them both. Xena let out a pained scream as electricity surged through her. Amidst her cries, Izuku managed to seize the Chaos Emerald from her chest and leaped away. He felt a strange sensation on his arm but dismissed it as he hurried toward the portal back to Angel Island. Upon reaching the portal, he leaped through and landed safely on the ground. Xena was left to the 𝐬𝐵𝑒𝑡s, who overwhelmed her. As Izuku stood on the other side, he noticed Amy and Tails cheering as they arrived. The Babylon rogues hadn't returned but had thrown the Chaos Emerald through the portal. Espio appeared with another Chaos Emerald, smirking, while Silver and Whisper joined them, each with their own emerald. Everyone was smiling until they noticed Izuku's confused expression. He blinked and then looked at his arm, which had a small dribble of the metal virus. Alarmed, he questioned how it had happened. Amy urged him to toss them the Chaos Emerald before it became infected, and he complied. As they gathered the Chaos Emeralds, they realized one was missing. Suddenly, they heard a sound from afar. Izuku distanced himself from the group, sitting at the edge of Angel Island, staring at the approaching army of 𝐬𝐵𝑒𝑡s. He sighed, glancing back at the others who were formulating a plan. He muttered to himself that if they couldn't find it in their hearts to send Sonic now, he might as well take action. Observing his arm, he noticed the infection spreading further. As he prepared himself, Rouge approached with a concerned expression, asking what he was planning. He inquired if they were preparing to fight, and when. Rouge nervously confirmed, he resolved to create an opening for them to retrieve the Chaos Emerald from 𝐬𝐻𝐽𝐵𝑒𝑡, the leader of the Deadly Six. Determined, Izuku expressed that he needed to do something significant to justify his presence. Rouge insisted he didn't have to take such risks, raising her voice slightly, drawing the attention of the others. Izuku turned away from her and rushed towards the edge of Angel Island. Sonic recognized the look on Izuku's face and sprinted to stop him, with Silver flying beside him. As Izuku leaped off the edge of the floating island, he felt the electricity surrounding him while aiming for 𝐬𝐻𝐽𝐵𝑒𝑡, who looked on in confusion. The sky darkened as 𝐬𝐻𝐽𝐵𝑒𝑡 looked up at Izuku, who had landed on his chest where the last Chaos Emerald lay. Holding on to 𝐬𝐻𝐽𝐵𝑒𝑡, Izuku placed one palm on the Chaos Emerald, trying to pull it out as his electricity surged within him. 𝐬𝐻𝐽𝐵𝑒𝑡 shouted at him, demanding to know his intentions, while Izuku declared he was merely a distraction. As Sonic and Silver flew after Izuku, they witnessed a massive lightning strike hit 𝐬𝐻𝐽𝐵𝑒𝑡 from above, causing him to growl in anger and pain. Sonic and Silver managed to get close enough to retrieve the Chaos Emerald just after 𝐬𝐻𝐽𝐵𝑒𝑡 had unleashed a horde of 𝐬𝐵𝑒𝑡s onto Angel Island. With the 𝐬𝐵𝑒𝑡s attacking the others, it wasn't long before a large group of them became infected. Izuku leaped away from 𝐬𝐽, who glared down at him with fury, and Izuku smirked defiantly. Suddenly, his body became engulfed by the metal virus, transforming right before 𝐬𝐽's eyes. With dramatic irony, 𝐬𝐽 slammed Izuku into the ground, his furious glare fixed on the boy. Meanwhile, Sonic and Silver used the Chaos Emeralds to transform into their super forms, restoring their full power. They then utilized the warp topaz in Silver's grasp to disintegrate the metal virus in the sunlight. 𝐬𝐽 continued to pummel Izuku into the ground, but the boy's body reformed due to the metal virus. Just then, the virus was forcefully extracted from him, and 𝐬𝐽 smirked at Izuku. Confused for a moment, Izuku gathered electricity around his body and struck 𝐬𝐽's chest with a powerful fist. 𝐬𝐽 coughed in surprise as Izuku leaped above him, unleashing a powerful kick to 𝐬𝐽's head. The explosion from his attack created a shockwave that caught the attention of Sonic and Silver, who watched in awe as Izuku took down 𝐬𝐽. Once the shockwave cleared, Izuku stood triumphantly on 𝐬𝐽's unconscious form, fist raised in victory. Silver looked at him with shock and admiration as Izuku called out to them, expressing his relief at stopping the metal virus. Before he could say more, Rouge tackled him, calling him a complete idiot for his reckless actions. Izuku blushed as she pulled him into a tight embrace, and he stammered an apology, explaining he only wanted to help. Rouge scolded him for worrying her and Cream, leaving Izuku looking down in shame. Their eyes met, green into blue, but before they could say anything further, Silver rushed over with a serious expression. He pulled Izuku into a hug, ensuring the boy felt appreciated for his bravery. Silver advised Izuku to leave the dangerous tasks to them next time, and Izuku nodded in agreement. He apologized for overshadowing them, but Sonic reassured him that he hadn't stolen their thunder. He had put himself in unnecessary danger. Sonic reminded him that he could have been seriously hurt had he not landed on 𝐬𝐽. Izuku felt guilt wash over him as he apologized again, but Rouge insisted she wouldn't let him out of her sight for a long while. Confused, Izuku asked where Sonic was. After the final battle against 𝐬𝐽, Silver sent the villain and his allies back to their planet using the warp topaz one last time. The device exploded, becoming unusable, and Silver returned to his timeline. Izuku was puzzled by Rouge's continued presence around him. She had never been the cuddling type. Each time she visited Vanilla's house after they repaired the city from Eggman's destruction, Izuku found himself blushing at her attention. He had asked Vanilla about it multiple times, but she only giggled and returned to her chores, advising him to use protection when the time came, which only confused him further. Retreating to his room, he picked up his guitar, which Vanilla had given him from her attic, and began to fix its strings. He had never let it out of his sight, except during adventures with Amy and the others. As he focused on creating a new song that resonated with his life, he found an audience in Cream, Cheese, Chocola, and Gemerald, who always listened to him. It became a routine, and as he prepared to play again, he noticed something glowing in his drawer. Curious, he reached inside and pulled out the item, realizing it resembled a Chaos Emerald but looked different. Before he could react, the emerald glowed brighter in his hand, and his vision was suddenly filled with memories from his past. Startled, he exclaimed, and Vanilla rushed into the room, concerned about his outburst. As the blue glow enveloped them both, they were transported to a place vastly different in technology from Mobius. Looking around the place, she soon spotted Izuku standing nearby, looking worse for wear as she approached him. She reached out a gloved hand to place it on his shoulder but found it passing through his body as she took in her surroundings. They were on top of a building. As she looked around, she realized that Izuku was a human in this strange place and took in his appearance. He was scrawny, though not excessively so. The baby fat on his face certainly wasn't helping his chances with girls his age. However, her growing concern was not about his looks, but rather the presence of another man nearby. The man had unkempt, scraggly blonde hair, with two tufts bent at angles that pointed up before curving downward. His black scara and deep ocean blue pupils were fixed on Izuku as he coughed up BLD. Vanilla watched as Izuku reached into his pocket to offer the man a handkerchief to help with the BLD. The man thanked him, his voice deep and strong, yet tinged with a fragile quality. Izuku's voice trembled as he asked if the man was really All Might. The response was affirmative, but the man revealed his true appearance, lifting his shirt to show the scars that marked his body. He explained that these injuries were sustained in his prime, when he was at his most powerful, and that they were a testament to the dangers heroes faced. Vanilla winced at the man's tone, sensing the weight of his words. Izuku, filled with reverence and trepidation, asked if a quirkless person like him could ever become a hero like All Might. The response was disheartening. All Might told him that it was unlikely, emphasizing the sacrifices heroes made daily and the dangers they faced. He explained that asking if he could fight the same villains was irrational and dangerous, reiterating that the answer was no. As All Might stood up and walked toward a nearby door, Izuku's voice cracked, filled with despair. Vanilla felt a surge of anger at All Might for crushing Izuku's dreams in such a callous manner. She could see the emotional turmoil in Izuku as he held his chest, signs of a panic attack evident. She moved closer to him in the vision, feeling his pain. Izuku reflected on that moment, realizing it was the day he truly understood what meeting his heroes meant. Vanilla rushed over to him, concerned for his well-being. He reassured her that he was fine but believed the vision was showing him his past to help him move forward. As the bright light enveloped them, they shielded their eyes. When the light dimmed, they found themselves in front of a large building with brick walls, some vines creeping over the surface. Vanilla noticed Izuku's expression shift to one of fear as a dark aura surrounded the place. They were transported to a classroom, and Vanilla observed from Izuku's perspective as he relived the moments leading up to his encounter with All Might. Izuku's memories revealed a typical day at school. She watched as his teacher entered the room with a stack of papers, encouraging the students to use their quirks while lightly scolding them. Among the students was a young man with ash-blonde hair, standing on his desk with a feral expression. He glared at his classmates, declaring that they would all be nothing more than D-lister heroes while he would become the #1 hero, far richer and more famous than All Might. Everything seemed to stem from this boy's arrogance. She observed as he boasted about acing the mock exams with a perfect score. Glancing at Izuku, she could hear his thoughts as he quietly muttered about his near-perfect score as well. The teacher then addressed Izuku, reminding him that he had expressed a longing to attend UA High School, which prompted laughter and mockery from the other students. The atmosphere in the classroom shifted, and Vanilla could feel the weight of Izuku's struggles pressing down on him. Mobian Izuku floated down next to the furious rabbit woman, who glared at everyone in the room with righteous fury. Izuku expressed his distress, stating that there was nothing anyone could do about the memory. Vanilla, protective and nurturing, pulled him under her chest, acknowledging that while she understood, it didn't mean she had to accept it. They both watched the memory unfold further. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐵, the boy with ash-blonde hair, jumped from his seat and confronted Izuku immediately after the class finished mocking him. Vanilla hugged Izuku tighter as she witnessed 𝐒𝐮𝐵 unleash his powers on Izuku, taunting him for lacking strength in a world where everyone aspired to be a hero. While the others saw it as a mockery of the hero life, Vanilla found herself inspired by Izuku's determination. He was doing everything he could to become a hero, training his mind even if he wasn't physically training his body. She understood that the mind could be more powerful than the body. As the day progressed, 𝐒𝐮𝐵 continued to unleash his explosive powers on Izuku, and Vanilla held him close, wishing to shield him from the pain. After a particularly harsh moment, 𝐒𝐮𝐵 left the room, laughing as he made a cruel suggestion that Izuku should pray for a quirk in his next life and jump off the roof. Vanilla's expression shifted from righteous rage to calm fury as she realized how low 𝐒𝐮𝐵 had stooped in his emotional and physical abuse toward Izuku. She looked down to see Izuku crying, clearly overwhelmed by the memory. Recognizing that this memory was too much for him, Vanilla closed both their eyes just as a bright light entered their view, projecting a calming aura around them. They found themselves in a place that seemed safe to Vanilla, filled with photos of Izuku's previous family. However, as she looked closer, she realized the room was a mess, cluttered with alcohol bottles. A short, plump woman sat on the couch, drinking and watching the news, barely glancing at Izuku as he entered the hallway quietly. The woman's dark tone questioned Izuku's actions, and he responded fearfully, saying he was just changing his clothes. Vanilla felt a wave of concern wash over her, realizing that even his home might not be safe. As Izuku walked further into the hallway, they heard a crash and a hiss of pain. The woman used her quirk on Izuku, and Vanilla felt him tremble beneath her embrace, trying to calm his racing heart. They could only watch as the boy's mother, someone who should have loved and protected him, inflicted pain that no mother should ever cause. The memory showed the woman using her quirk to break Izuku's bones, starting gently before a loud crack echoed through the air. Izuku's mouth opened in a silent scream, his voice muffled as he endured the agony. Vanilla's heart sank as she watched the mother reset his bones without leaving a mark on his skin. Afterward, Izuku trembled on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he curled into a ball. Vanilla pulled him into a tight hug, whispering her apologies for the way his human mother had treated him. Izuku's quiet voice begged her not to let go. As if to deepen his emotional wounds, the memory shifted to the day he was transferred from his world to Mobius. Although he wore a happier smile, it was clear to Vanilla that it was merely a mask. A small bruise on his wrist hinted at the pain he had endured. An explosion erupted nearby, and Izuku rushed toward the sound, instinctively helping a civilian trapped under rubble. The older man, bleeding from his head, questioned Izuku's presence, urging him to stay hidden from the villains inside the building. Izuku, determined to help, assured the man he was there to rescue him. As he called for paramedics and heroes, the older man warned him about the presence of villains. Just as Izuku questioned the man's warning, the older fellow's demeanor changed, revealing a sinister grin as he placed his fingers on Izuku's chest. Vanilla watched in horror as a portal appeared, pulling Izuku inside and tearing him away from her. Leaving only a faint mark on the ground and a yellow backpack nearby, with red shoes scattered about, Vanilla stared at the scene in horror as she felt Izuku tremble even more in her grasp. Moments later, the vision faded, and they found themselves back in his bedroom on Mobius. Both were breathing heavily and sweating profusely. Vanilla grabbed the emerald and placed it in a small container, muttering that they would not touch it again as she glanced at Izuku. The boy was not faring much better. He had pulled his legs into his chest and was beginning to hyperventilate. Sitting beside him, she lowered her own heart rate and pulled her stepson close, hugging him from the side. His pupils were small and fearful as he trembled in her hold. Rubbing his head softly, she hummed a gentle tune, feeling him slowly calm down. She continued this until his breathing evened out, and soon she noticed his body had gone limp against her. She pulled him closer and laid down on his bed, knowing he would need someone to stay with him that night. Looking out the window, she saw that it was already dark outside. When she glanced at the door to Izuku's bedroom, she found 𝐻𝐻𝐿 standing there, confusion etched on her features. She asked what had happened and why her big brother was crying. Vanilla thought carefully about her response, explaining that Izuku had experienced a panic attack and that she planned to stay with him to help him sleep better. She asked 𝐻𝐻𝐿 to request 𝐴𝐺 to make breakfast in the morning, to which 𝐻𝐻𝐿 eagerly agreed. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 then pointed at the box near them, asking what was inside. Vanilla quickly warned her not to touch it, grabbing it and hiding it in Izuku's drawer. Concerned, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 asked if something was wrong, and Vanilla reassured her to just leave it alone. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 then asked if she could lay down with them after telling 𝐴𝐺, and Vanilla nodded, knowing Izuku would need both of their presences in the morning. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 smiled happily and rushed off. Focusing back on Izuku, Vanilla hugged him tighter against her chest as he embraced her in return. She rubbed his back and covered them both with a blanket, watching as 𝐻𝐻𝐿 climbed onto the bed with her own blanket. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 laid down next to them and hugged Izuku from behind, letting out a happy sigh. Vanilla whispered softly into Izuku's ear that they would protect his dreams, giving his forehead a gentle kiss. In another place, Lord X had accepted a bargain, a sinister smirk growing on his face before he was blasted out of Izuku's mind and found himself in the void once more. After a few moments, he used the coordinates given to him by the bunny boy to search for his next target. He soon appeared high in the galaxy of Izuku's home universe, licking his lips as he headed toward the small planet known as Earth. Manifesting himself in the form of Sonic the Hedgehog, he landed in the 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 sacred forest, taking a deep breath and grimacing at the poor air quality. He chuckled to himself, noting how strange it was that the boy could live in such a world. As he turned invisible, 𝐻𝐼 walked through the forest until he reached civilization. Among the crowds of 𝗎𝗍𝗓, he witnessed several heroes abandoning their posts. It seemed that more than a few months had passed since Izuku had come to Sonic's world. As he continued to observe, he came upon a scene that piqued his interest. A young man was being held hostage by a villain, who was shouting threats while holding a weapon to the young man's head. Initially, 𝐻𝐼 considered letting the situation unfold, but then he decided to take on Izuku's human form. His appearance changed, and he approached the scene with a sinister grin. With a swift motion, the villain was lifted into the air, disoriented by the sudden movement. A gust of air forced the villain to cough, and 𝐻𝐼 reveled in the moment, disappearing from sight along with the hostage-taker. The villain, now engulfed in darkness, was confronted by ominous words that appeared before him, causing panic to set in. In a state of fear, the villain attempted to escape, but he found himself dropped from a great height. As he screamed in terror, he caught a glimpse of a boy with green hair and crimson eyes, a sight that filled him with dread. The boy's presence suggested that whatever humanity he once had was long gone. The boy spoke, warning him to hurry to the ground. The boy declared that if the man did not reach his destination before being caught, he would face dire consequences. The man, filled with fear, directed himself toward the ground, flying as fast as he could. Just before crashing down, an unseen force halted his descent, leaving him suspended in the air. Sweat dripped from his forehead as his heart raced. He scanned the surroundings, searching for the source of the threat that had pursued him, and then they appeared before him. With their arms raised high and a twisted smile revealing decayed teeth, they seemed to relish in his terror. The voice echoed ominously, declaring his defeat, and the man felt an overwhelming pressure within him, as if something was forcing its way out. Weeks had passed since 𝐻𝐼 had claimed his first victim. Each time he thought of it, a laugh escaped him as he gazed at the pile of defeated foes. He found amusement in the futile attempts of those who had come to challenge him. As an eldritch entity from beyond comprehension, he had easily dispatched those who posed a threat, leaving only the vulnerable behind. He had taken control of Japan with his mere presence, smirking at the women nearby, some of whom bore signs of his influence. One girl, with short brown hair and a hopeful expression, had come to him after being rejected from her dream hero school. Abandoned by her parents upon her failure, she had sought refuge with him. He had since used her for his own purposes, along with several others from the hero school she had aspired to join. He mused about the little souls he toyed with, relishing the game of battling those with superpowers. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed such excitement, recalling a past encounter with Sonic in his own mindscape. A nearby hero, held captive, shouted defiantly, vowing that 𝐻𝐼 would not escape justice. 𝐻𝐼 turned his attention to the man, recognizing him as the one who had crushed a child's dreams. He taunted the hero, revealing that the boy he had condemned had forsaken this world to protect another from him. The hero, struggling against his metallic prison, demanded to be released to bring justice. 𝐻𝐼 transformed into the likeness of Izuku, the boy in question, and the hero fell silent, trying to piece together memories from the past months. 𝐻𝐼 continued, explaining that he was using Izuku's body and mind to dismantle the heroes. He even claimed to have defeated All for One, revealing the skull of the infamous villain. The hero, initially incredulous, fell silent as the reality of 𝐻𝐼's words sank in. With a flick of his hand, 𝐻𝐼 silenced the hero, and a chilling moment passed as he revealed the head of All Might, the once great symbol of hope. The sight was enough to instill fear, and 𝐻𝐼 relished in the moment, contemplating the destruction of the planet. His gaze shifted to the brown-haired girl, who now bore signs of 𝗬𝗓𝗬𝐴. A smile spread across his face as he decided to send her to Mobius, believing it would be a fitting arrangement for Izuku. After all, he thought, a life filled with strife could benefit from more than one source of affection. He mused about what kind of Mobian she would become, finally deciding on the name Ochako the squirrel. With a wave of his power, he began to transform her, shrinking her and altering her features while preserving her youthful form. Satisfied with his creation, he sent her to Mobius. As he looked toward the approaching heroes, a booming laugh echoed through the city that had once been 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴, and in an instant, the heroes were teleported away to a different location. They all stood in the forest of the wildlife reserve in 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴, Shizuoka Prefecture, Japan. As they surveyed their surroundings, Lord X's voice echoed from all directions, demanding their attention. He declared that he had grown bored with the heroes fighting against him and announced his intention to destroy the planet. Before doing so, he ominously stated that he would eliminate everyone living on it, giving them just 15 seconds to hide and save themselves from the impending doom. His sinister laughter reverberated throughout the world. The scene shifted to Izuku Midoriya, who stood at the entrance of the forest, his body twitching and glitching. He fixed his gaze on the screen while manifesting a kitchen knife in his hand, a twisted smile revealing decaying flesh and teeth as he addressed those watching. The survival game had begun, and Lord X walked into the forest with a smug expression. Izuku was moving through the rabbit family's home, feeling grateful that Vanilla had welcomed him without hesitation. Her kindness encouraged him to open up about his past, sharing experiences of bullying and his difficult home life. She had advised him to seek therapy to heal from the mental scars left by his peers. Over the following weeks, after discovering a peculiar emerald in his drawer, Izuku and Vanilla grew closer, forming a bond akin to that of parent and child. Although he was the adopted child, he felt immense happiness in his new life. As he prepared for his first outing, hoping to earn some rings for the rabbit family through his singing, he felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. He had chosen a song from before the Quark era by an artist named 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, a choice that felt significant to him. While gathering his belongings, Izuku heard a thump outside. Curious, he walked to the back door and found several odd-looking emeralds on the ground. They resembled the one in his drawer but differed in color, except for one that was darker. He picked them up with his gloved hand, contemplating what to do with them. Deciding against hiding them, he remembered that Vanilla had already seen the one in his room. He gathered the emeralds and felt a surge of power as he placed them in the same box as the light blue emerald. After securing the box and hiding it beneath a floorboard in his bedroom, he grabbed his guitar. Izuku was apprehensive about embarking on another memory journey, whether alone or with Vanilla. While it had brought them closer, he knew she might not be ready for another experience like that. Taking a deep breath, he locked his bedroom door, placing the key under the carpet outside, and made his way to the living room, where Vanilla awaited him with a smile. She asked if he was ready for his performance, to which he replied with a hint of nervousness. Vanilla embraced him warmly, encouraging him to head out and earn more fans. Together, they left the house, joining 𝐴𝐿 and Cream, who were waiting by the car with 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 and cheese, the two chow happily fluttering around Cream. Izuku patted Cream on the head as they all climbed into the vehicle and drove to the stage where he would sing. Unbeknownst to them, a large portal appeared in their living room, revealing a girl who was deposited onto the couch, completely unaware of her surroundings. The drive to the freedom fighters' base was quiet. Izuku gazed out at the scenery as they passed through various cities and small towns. The inhabitants of Mobius greeted them warmly, expressing gratitude for Izuku and Cream's help in rescuing them from Eggman's latest attack. Izuku humbly accepted their praise, while Cream joyfully waved back, thanking them in return. Vanilla observed Izuku's gentle demeanor with his peers, noting that he seemed uncomfortable with the compliments he received. He had shared with her the memories of a time when he had never been given praise, making him wary of others' kindness. The boy's actions revealed more about his upbringing and the mistreatment he faced from his peers than his words ever could. Vanilla turned to Izuku, her expression gentle, and asked when he wanted to start his therapy sessions. He hesitated before suggesting they could begin next week, to which Vanilla responded with a smile, assuring him that Vector could arrange it. Izuku confirmed Vector's identity, recalling that he was the crocodile Mobian. Vanilla nodded, explaining that she had been seeing him lately and expressing her appreciation for his strength and kindness. Izuku offered his condolences for her past relationship, and Vanilla shrugged, accepting that the past could not be changed. As they approached the freedom fighters' base, Izuku felt a mix of awe and familiarity with the imposing structure carved into the mountainside. Inside, the atmosphere was lively, with Amy and Tails bickering like an old married couple. Izuku felt it best not to eavesdrop and quietly moved backstage, pulling out some lyrics he had collected from his world before his entrance exam for UA. Shadow and the other freedom fighters were seated in the stands, observing the stage. Vanilla joined Izuku, and Shadow acknowledged her presence. They exchanged pleasantries, with Vanilla expressing relief that Shadow had recovered from his past mistakes during the metal virus incident. Shadow reminded her to stay safe, as Vector had many enemies who might target those close to him. Izuku was busy setting up his guitar on stage, mentally preparing himself for the performance. Amy and Tails watched him, while Cream and her Chow looked on with excitement. Vector arrived and greeted Vanilla with a friendly side hug, curious about her presence. Vanilla explained that they were there to see if Izuku could sing in front of an audience. Vector was surprised to learn that Izuku was adopted, and Vanilla clarified that it was a recent arrangement. As the crowd settled in, Izuku completed his preparations, feeling a mix of anxiety and determination. He took a moment to breathe, recalling Vanilla's calming exercises. When he finally looked up, the sight of the audience filled him with apprehension, but he steadied himself and adjusted the microphone before addressing the crowd. He introduced himself and shared that he would be singing a favorite song from an artist named 𝗏𝐽𝐵𝐴𝐴. With a deep breath, Izuku began his performance. The opening notes of his guitar resonated through the room, accompanied by the rhythm of drums. He sang passionately, expressing emotions that resonated with the audience. As he reached the chorus, the crowd swayed in unison, captivated by his voice. Izuku continued, pouring his heart into the lyrics, conveying a message of hope amidst struggles. The energy in the room built as he played harder, the music echoing the sentiments of his song. The audience was enthralled, and Vanilla, Cream, Vector, and the others watched with pride as Izuku shone brightly on stage, embracing the moment. The crowd had long since stopped being silent, cheering for the bunny boy as he played the guitar, the drums beating behind him. He captured their attention once more, his voice softening as the music built up to a whisper. He sang about love, expressing a sense of vulnerability and hope. As he reached the climax of the song, the energy surged, the drums and guitar blending perfectly with his heartfelt vocals. When he finished, the music began to fade, and Izuku looked out at the crowd, breathing slightly from the effort of performing a 3-minute song for the freedom fighters. The audience stared at him in awe, and he felt a wave of self-consciousness wash over him. Suddenly, someone shouted from the crowd, asking for another song. The request spread like wildfire, with voices calling for an encore. Izuku was taken aback, his eyes wide with surprise. He hesitated, concerned about the choice of songs, but the crowd's enthusiasm was infectious. He decided to give them what they wanted, though he warned them that the next song would be a sad one. The crowd erupted in cheers, eager for more. After taking a sip of water, he began to play again, his fingers dancing over the strings of his guitar. He sang about the struggles of feeling lost and alone, reaching out to those who might be in similar situations. His voice resonated with emotion, and as he sang, he noticed tears glistening in the eyes of his audience. The music swelled softly, building back up to a powerful crescendo. As he continued, he conveyed a message of hope, encouraging everyone to keep trying and to believe in themselves. The crowd was captivated, many swaying along with the rhythm, their arms raised in support. Izuku smiled, feeling the warmth of their appreciation, though he noticed a flicker of concern in Vanilla's eyes. When he finished the song, he felt a rush of gratitude for the audience. He thanked them for coming, surprised by their enthusiasm for his performance. As he stepped off the stage, he gathered his belongings, feeling a presence behind him. He froze when he felt something soft land on his back, recognizing the familiar touch. Rouge the Bat leaned close, her voice playful and teasing as she whispered in his ear. Her words sent a rush of warmth through him, and he felt his cheeks flush. Despite his surprise, he remained awake, captivated by her presence as she complimented him and playfully teased him. With a smirk, Rouge picked him up effortlessly, placing him on her shoulder. She wrapped his guitar over her shoulder and headed toward the exit, where Vanilla and the others were waiting. The crowd's cheers faded behind them, but the warmth of the moment lingered in the air, leaving Izuku with a sense of joy and connection that he would cherish. Walking through the door, she noticed Vanilla looking in her direction before letting out an exasperated sigh as she approached the vampire Batwoman. Vanilla expressed her concern, suggesting that one day Rouge would give someone a heart attack. She advised Rouge to treat him well when the time came to share her feelings. Rouge smirked and replied that a lady never reveals her affections, especially not to someone like her. However, she acknowledged Vanilla's advice, admitting that she wanted to express her feelings but felt it wasn't the right moment. Vanilla encouraged her to spend time with him at their home, offering her support. As the two parted ways, Izuku sat inside Vanilla's vehicle, with Cream looking at him with concern. The rabbit family left, with Vector catching a ride from Vanilla to return home after walking all the way to hear Izuku sing. As they drove off into the distance, a portal of purple and red appeared on a nearby hill, and something emerged from it, landing gracefully on the ground. Surveying their surroundings, they discovered a small town not far away and closed their eyes to sense the energies around them. A feminine Mobian remarked that they had returned to this world again, expressing frustration that Sonic might have forced them to appear here. She pulled out a box that had empty spaces where emeralds should have been, noting that 7 were missing. Observing the car speeding away, she sensed the energy of the sleeping boy, realizing it was similar to the emeralds she sought. Her feline features showed a hint of anger at the thought that he possessed them, but she quickly composed herself, determined to approach him and ask for their return. A familiar voice interrupted her thoughts, reminding her that this was Sonic's home. She acknowledged his presence but stated that she had a job to do, rushing in the direction of Vanilla and her family. The drive back to the house was quiet yet peaceful for the rabbit family. After dropping off Vector, who bid them farewell as he entered his apartment, Vanilla and Cream animatedly discussed Izuku's potential as a professional singer. Meanwhile, Izuku pondered his feelings for Rouge, who had been increasingly flirtatious. He was unfamiliar with love and crushes, having never encountered someone like her before. Shaking off those thoughts, he recalled the strange emeralds that had appeared at Vanilla's home days earlier, which had stirred memories within him. He realized they could empower him, but he hesitated to use them, preferring not to rely on their power. As the city came into view, he watched the trees pass by the rabbit vehicle, a small smile forming as he felt nature envelop him. Within minutes, they arrived home, and as they entered the dark house, they turned on the lights in the living room, only to pause in shock. Izuku was about to approach them when Vanilla placed a hand on his chest, looking at him with concern. She asked him to stay outside for a few minutes, and when he inquired if something was wrong, she urged him to explore the forest instead, ensuring there were no badniks around. Reluctantly, Izuku agreed to check the forest and walked away, while Vanilla re-entered the house to see what her daughter had discovered. Cream looked at the human girl with worry, her expression filled with confusion as she asked her mother about the unusual substance coming from the girl. Vanilla sighed, telling her it was something she would understand when she was older. Cream then offered to help make dinner, bouncing around the room with excitement. Vanilla agreed, instructing her to be careful not to make too much noise. She sighed to herself as she walked toward the spare bedroom that Izuku had helped her prepare a month prior. They had anticipated guests who might stay the night, especially since they enjoyed the company of Cream and the other children. Vanilla also harbored hopes of adopting another child who had been orphaned due to Eggman's schemes. She silently growled in frustration as she laid the young girl on the bed, covering her with a blanket. The girl's expression suggested she was not in the right state of mind, and Vanilla felt a surge of protectiveness, determined to ensure her safety and well-being. Vanilla noticed a significant issue with the girl in front of her. She had never seen her before and was concerned about how she had entered her home. There were no signs of a break-in, so the girl couldn't be a thief. That role was typically filled by Rouge, given her love for gems and the many emeralds scattered around the world. However, upon seeing the bruises on the girl's body, Vanilla hoped the girl hadn't been subjected to any form of abuse, as that could lead to severe emotional trauma. As she kept watch over the sleeping girl, Cream entered the room with food and tea on a small plate, accompanied by 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. They were all worried about the girl and focused on keeping Izuku away from her for the time being. Meanwhile, Izuku wandered through the forest, enjoying the tranquility of nature surrounding their home. He smiled at the flickies and animals scurrying about, searching for a place to rest or play. Finding a sturdy tree, he leaned against the trunk and sighed in relief, feeling safe enough to take a nap without interruption. As he closed his eyes, the forest animals gathered around him, drawn by his gentle aura. Initially fearful, they found the courage to approach and sniff his sleeping form. As they began to frolic around his legs, a butterfly fluttered nearby before landing softly on his nose. The gentle touch stirred him slightly, but he quickly returned to his peaceful slumber. The butterfly, noticing his movement, took flight again, continuing its journey as another figure approached the sleeping rabbit. Izuku's chest rose and fell rhythmically as he slept soundly against the tree. The newcomer stood beside him, their tail flicking back and forth before they reached down to him. Izuku felt a gentle brushing against his chest, prompting him to slowly open his eyes and take in the sight of the cat before him. Her neutral expression held his gaze as she spoke, now that he was awake. She inquired about the energy of the soul emeralds that seemed to surround him. Izuku, confused, stammered in response. The cat explained that the soul emeralds were responsible for keeping her dimension hidden from those who wished to enter. The only ways to access her dimension were through the soul emeralds or by coming close to death. Izuku nodded, admitting he didn't know what the emeralds looked like. The cat then produced a box containing 7 emeralds, their shapes reminiscent of squares and rectangles, which sparked a memory in Izuku. He stood up carefully, ensuring he didn't startle the cat, and dusted himself off. He recounted how a light blue gem had appeared in his room recently, causing a strange mirage for him and Vanilla. The cat asked him to deliver the emeralds to her, assuring him she would remain outside while he did so. She wanted to ensure he felt in control and not frightened. Following him to his home, she noted it was a cozy little place, not too far from civilization, yet secluded enough to provide safety from potential threats. As they approached the house, Izuku asked for her name, and she introduced herself as 𝐴𝐵laze, the princess of the soul dimension. Izuku was in awe, having never met another princess before. He entered the house, promising to return quickly with the emeralds from his bedroom. 𝐴𝐵laze leaned against the wall outside, listening to the commotion inside as Izuku raised his voice to inform the others of his actions. Moments later, he appeared at the door with a small box. 𝐴𝐵laze's eyes lit up as she saw the soul emeralds collected inside. Izuku smiled brightly, relieved to have found their rightful owner. He explained how he had been unsure what to do with them, especially after experiencing a strange memory plane triggered by the light blue emerald. Curious, 𝐴𝐵laze asked him to elaborate. Izuku sheepishly admitted that the light blue emerald had forced him to relive some unpleasant memories. 𝐴𝐵laze was astonished at his ability to interact with the soul emeralds, and Izuku clarified that he hadn't intended to use them, he had merely touched the light blue one, which had transported him into a memory plane. Izuku felt a rush of anxiety as he spoke, urging 𝐴𝐵laze to leave. He mentioned that she could take the emeralds back, but 𝐴𝐵laze remained calm and requested to see how he had used the soul emerald. Izuku hesitated, expressing his reluctance to revisit those memories, especially after just returning from an exhilarating concert. 𝐴𝐵laze, however, insisted that their next meeting would involve him demonstrating the emerald's power. With a nod of apprehension, Izuku watched as 𝐴𝐵laze collected the emeralds and departed in a blaze of fire. Confused, Izuku closed the door and made his way back to his bedroom. Just as he was about to enter, a massive robot tore the roof off the house and snatched him up, causing him to yelp in surprise. Vanilla, hearing the commotion, rushed to his aid, calling out his name in panic. Izuku reached out for her, but the robot pulled him away, heading toward the city. Vanilla screamed in horror, realizing the gravity of the situation. They had just enjoyed a concert, and now Izuku was in danger. Desperate, Vanilla grabbed her phone and called the Freedom Fighter HQ. A familiar voice answered, and she urgently informed them that Dr. Eggman had kidnapped Izuku. The voice assured her that Sonic and his friends were on their way and asked for the direction Eggman had taken. With tears streaming down her face, Vanilla replied that he was headed toward Central City. The voice promised to do everything possible to save him, and Vanilla pleaded for Izuku's safety, knowing he had already endured so much. Meanwhile, Cream, with her 𝐀𝐮 by her side, asked her mother about her brother. Vanilla explained that Izuku had been taken by Eggman, but reassured Cream that Sonic and his friends were on their way to help. Cream felt a surge of hope, declaring that her brother was strong and would escape soon. Vanilla embraced her daughter, grateful for her unwavering spirit. In the clutches of the robot, Izuku struggled against the confines of the cage. He glared at Eggman, who laughed triumphantly, relishing the moment. Eggman taunted him, showcasing a strange weapon that pulsed with ominous energy. Izuku's heart raced as the weapon charged, but he shook off his fear and focused on escaping. Drawing on an unexpected surge of strength, he tore through the metallic bars and leaped to freedom. After landing heavily, Izuku glanced at Sally, who appeared to be in a dormant state. He felt a pang of sympathy for her and whispered an apology, wishing he could have saved her. As he turned to leave, the lights in Sally's body flickered on, and she quickly alerted Eggman about Izuku's escape. Navigating the Eggman base, Izuku sensed eyes on him, paranoia creeping in as he recalled Eggman's sinister grin. He turned a corner and spotted some badniks scanning the area, realizing Eggman had discovered his escape. He quickly changed direction, searching for an exit, but the layout felt like a maze. Frustrated, he encountered familiar rubble, a reminder of his earlier struggles. As he rounded another corner, a flash of metallic Mobians appeared in his mind, triggering a wave of anxiety. He shook his head, reminding himself that these were just memories, but the stress weighed heavily on him. He pressed on, eventually finding a hangar bay where voices echoed nearby. Hiding behind some large boxes, he listened intently. Eggman's voice filled the room, filled with frustration as he demanded results from his subordinates regarding Team Dark. Izuku steeled himself, knowing he had to find a way to escape and reunite with his friends. There were at least 3 robots, and one of them was Shadow the Hedgehog. One of the robots stated this fact without any hint of remorse or fear. Eggman, frustrated, demanded that they eliminate the intruders or he would dismantle them to create more effective machines. He stormed out of the room. Izuku, hiding behind some boxes, peeked out and saw Eggman leaving. He noticed the robots, which were clones resembling Omega, wilt slightly before following Eggman's orders. Curious, Izuku hopped onto the back of one as it flew through the hangar bay's exit, heading toward what he assumed was Team Dark's location. As the flight continued, Izuku felt his arms growing tired. He had been holding on for about an hour and hadn't eaten in days. Eventually, he let go, landing with a grunt on the sandy ground filled with pyramids in the distance. Assuming Team Dark was nearby, he moved forward, trying to keep pace with the flying robots heading toward Eggman's base hidden within the pyramids. He wondered why Eggman would build a base there, but he figured it was just another way for him to assert his presence across Mobius. As he approached the base, some of the robots noticed him and turned to pursue. Izuku entered a combat stance, ready to defend himself. The first few robots lunged at him, but he skillfully dodged their strikes, sliding under one and grabbing its arm. He spun around, slamming it into another robot, sending them both crashing into a larger group. Jumping back to avoid missiles fired from the remaining robots, Izuku summoned lightning, surrounding himself with crackling energy. He launched himself at the group, sliding beneath one robot and delivering a powerful uppercut that sent it flying into the air with a loud blast. As he fought, he moved with a speed that was impressive, though not quite on par with Sonic. Unbeknownst to him, a flying Mobian watched from above, concerned for his safety, but she flew away before he could notice. As Izuku continued to fend off the robots, he began to feel overwhelmed by their numbers. He delivered a powerful punch to one robot, causing it to explode in front of him, but he was soon knocked back by another, which grabbed him and slammed him to the ground. Glaring at the robots with their glowing red eyes, something caught Izuku's attention from above. A black hedgehog with striking red quills descended, his red eyes shining with determination. He crashed into the robot holding Izuku, kicking it away into another group before landing in front of him. The hedgehog extended his hand, helping Izuku up. They positioned themselves back to back, facing the growing number of enemies. The hedgehog introduced himself as Shadow, a member of Team Dark, and suggested they work together to defeat the robots and return Izuku to safety. Izuku, still wary, nodded in agreement. Together, they fought off the remaining robots, and soon Rouge joined them, bringing along a defected badnik from Eggman's forces. Izuku found the banter between them amusing as they battled the remnants of Eggman's army. Once the robots were defeated, they prepared to take a break, but Eggman soon arrived in a massive mechanical contraption that sent a shiver of fear through Izuku. Eggman taunted them, acknowledging Izuku's escape and commenting on his appearance. Izuku, confused, insisted he was a bunny, while Eggman argued otherwise. The confrontation escalated as Eggman declared that they had stolen his power source for his new empire, and he intended to reclaim it. His machine powered up, launching a powerful attack. Izuku barely managed to dodge in time, while Rouge and the defected robot flew out of harm's way. Shadow, however, was not as fortunate and took the brunt of the attack. As Izuku was sent flying into one of the nearby pyramids, he leaped at Eggman's machine, channeling his electric powers into his strikes. However, instead of weakening the mecha, his attacks seemed to empower it further. He was then swatted away into the nearby forest, bouncing across the ground like a rag doll. When he crashed into a particularly sturdy tree, a surge of pain shot up his back. Rouge and the robot from before landed nearby and helped him to his feet. Izuku felt like he was only going to be a burden to the trio of fighters. He apologized for inadvertently making the situation worse. Rouge reassured him, saying they had come to get him home. She instructed Omega to keep Shadow and Eggman occupied. As Omega rushed off to confront Eggman again, Shadow, having recovered, joined the fray, turning the forest around them into a battleground while Rouge guided Izuku toward safety. They dashed through the trees, the sounds of battle drawing closer as they attempted to escape the sandy zone controlled by Eggman. Just as they were about to leave the forest, they spotted a giant golden ring. Izuku glanced at Rouge, who smirked at him in a way that made his heart race. His ears twitched slightly as he reached out for the ring, but suddenly a robotic hand grabbed him and yanked him back into the forest, causing him to yelp in surprise. Rouge called out to him and flew toward him as fast as she could, but he had vanished once again, and she cursed herself internally. Izuku found himself being pulled back toward the fight, where Omega and Shadow were struggling against Eggman. They had managed to defeat a massive robot, but now faced a new threat that could easily withstand their powers. The robotic arm that held him slammed him back into the missing port of Eggman's machine, and the villain laughed triumphantly. He declared that he had regained his power source and would use Izuku to fuel his machine. As the small portion of the robot opened up, Izuku struggled against the grip of the arm, desperate to escape. Just when he thought all hope was lost, he noticed multiple objects flying toward him at high speed, evoking a sense of déjà vu. The objects soon surrounded him in a circle, reminiscent of how the Chaos Emeralds often encircled Sonic. Izuku recognized them as the Soul Emeralds, which had once given him a boost in strength. As the emeralds floated around him, memories of his life flashed before his eyes. Despite his efforts to resist, he was compelled to relive each moment until he emerged feeling empowered. He was now so close to the port that he effortlessly opened the arm holding him and climbed out. Jumping from the robotic limb, he caught the attention of Shadow, Omega, and Eggman, who stared at him in bewilderment as they took in his transformed state. Izuku looked down at himself and noticed that his fur had changed to a light black color, tinged with a deep green much darker than his original emerald hue. He caught a glimpse of his reflection in Eggman's shiny mecha and felt a surge of confidence. With newfound determination, he pulled back an arm and moved it forward at Eggman. Green and black flames erupted, engulfing the massive mecha that had posed such a challenge for Shadow and Omega. The intense heat caused the metal to overheat and melt, forcing Eggman to retreat to a safe distance. As the mechanical monstrosity dissolved into a puddle of silver and black goo, Eggman glared at Izuku with fury. He reached for his laser gun and aimed it at him. Sensing the imminent threat, Izuku conjured a barrier of green and black flames for protection. Eggman laughed at the attempt and fired, only for the laser to bounce harmlessly off the flaming shield. Confusion spread across Eggman's face as he questioned the effectiveness of his weapon. Izuku mirrored his surprise, astonished by the strength of his barrier. Suddenly, a voice echoed across the battlefield, calling out his name. They focused their power on revealing the user's past, bringing it to the surface to merge their abilities with their user. Izuku's activation of one of their core abilities caused some confusion for her. However, she kept her thoughts to herself and decided to prepare a portal to return to the soul dimension. She possessed the emeralds she had protected from evil, knowing that someone in her dimension had sought their power. Despite numerous attempts to eliminate that threat, it seemed the soul emeralds lacked the power to do so. As she approached the now opened portal, she happily stepped through it, returning to her home. She admired the countless trees, lakes, and the inhabitants of her dimension. Walking down the path leading to her castle, she chuckled softly to herself as she entered the castle courtyard. Blaze engaged with her fellow guards, discussing their enemy, a woman who claimed to be a descendant of Dr. Ivo Robotnik. This woman had apparently formed a union with a human and had a child, solidifying her connection to the notorious family. Engrossed in conversation with her people, Blaze failed to notice her soul emeralds vanishing from the small box Izuku had given her earlier. A few hours later, she returned to her bedroom and placed the box inside her desk to hide it. Lying down on her bed, she smiled, feeling reassured that her world was safe with the emeralds in her possession. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, she decided to take one last look at the emeralds. Climbing out of bed, she walked over to her desk. Opening it, she was met with the sight of the empty box. Staring at it with a blank expression, she slowly stood upright. Taking a deep breath, her expression transformed into one of a vengeful cat. A scream of pure anger and fury erupted from her lips as she called out for Izuku, flames igniting around her. Meanwhile, Izuku stared at the flaming shield in confusion, glancing back at Eggman, who was shaking his gun as if something were wrong with it. Seizing the opportunity, he attacked Eggman's ship, piercing through its body as if it were made of paper. He felt the intensity of his flames increase as he pulled one arm back, forming a bow of fire from the flames surrounding him. As he positioned his fingers to create an arrow from thin air, lightning coursed around them, culminating in a green lightning arrow appearing in his hand. Releasing the arrow, it embedded itself in the armor of Eggman's mecha, resulting in a spectacular explosion of electricity. The bright lights obscured Izuku and Shadow's vision as they waited for the brilliance to fade, revealing Eggman's mecha, now crackling with electricity. Eggman, visibly furious, sent his best robot after Izuku, a creation known as 𝐻𝐿𝐿. Metal Sonic. Defeat that bunny brat. Eggman commanded, and a blue blur darted toward Izuku. Taken aback by the appearance of the metallic Sonic, Izuku was unprepared when Metal Sonic slammed its metallic fist into his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Although he wasn't injured, he was confused by the sight of a robotic version of Sonic. As he regained his footing, Metal Sonic landed nearby, unleashing a barrage of missiles and bullets at high speed. Izuku dodged and retaliated, kicking Metal Sonic in the head, sending the robot soaring into the air. He sped past the metallic doppelganger, piercing its chest with his gloved hand and tearing it apart. Eggman looked on in shock, as if witnessing the destruction of his closest companion. Determined to ensure Metal Sonic could not be repaired, Izuku ignited flames in his hands. The metallic form writhed in agony as the flames melted it down to nothing but ash. Realizing the danger he was in, Eggman decided to flee, yelling incoherently as he vanished before Izuku could focus on him. Izuku landed on the ground, staring at his hands with a mix of disgust and disbelief. Shadow landed beside him, with Omega not far behind. They noticed the expression of distaste on his face and shook their heads. Shadow patted Izuku's back while Omega scanned him, detecting an unfamiliar energy surrounding him. That energy does not belong to Izuku. Where did he acquire that energy reading? Omega inquired, while Shadow shrugged. Beats me, and frankly, that's not my concern. He just sent Eggman packing with that form he's using. I'd like to know how much longer he'll stay like that, Shadow remarked, studying Izuku more closely. The rabbit boy stood before them, still wearing a confused and disgusted expression. His fur was a deep green, matching the color of his eyes, and green flames flickered around him like a bonfire, stoking the intensity of his newfound power. His ears appeared slightly larger, but they were not much different from usual. That thought was interrupted when a purple arm suddenly swung into view and struck Izuku's cheek, sending him to the ground. As he held his cheek, the soul emeralds landed softly nearby before the arm snatched them up, glaring at Izuku with intense hostility. A feminine voice growled, accusing him of deceit. Izuku recognized her as 𝐴𝐵, the Catwoman, who glared angrily at him. She accused him of trying to trick her out of her precious emeralds. Izuku protested, insisting that he hadn't stolen them and that she had seen them before she left. 𝐴𝐵 fixed her gaze on him, unyielding. Shadow, observing the escalating tension, decided to leave the two to their conflict, departing with Omega. Izuku found himself facing a very irate 𝐴𝐵, while Rouge flew overhead, a smile forming on her face as she watched the chaotic scene unfold. She saw Izuku attempting to defend himself from 𝐴𝐵's relentless scratches, ducking and weaving to avoid her attacks. Landing nearby, Rouge pulled out a small watch, curious to see how long 𝐴𝐵 would continue her assault without noticing her presence. In a stealthy move, she snatched one of the emeralds from 𝐴𝐵's grip, examining it with intrigue. After about 10 minutes, 𝐴𝐵 finally calmed down enough for Izuku to explain how he had come into possession of the emeralds. He recounted how he hadn't even been thinking about them when they appeared around him, as if summoned from thin air. He described the overwhelming memories he had experienced before breaking through to a new form, flames flickering just above his skin. 𝐴𝐵 listened intently, then sighed in exasperation before sitting down. She remarked on how fortunate he was not to have suffered a brain aneurysm from the power surging through his memories, explaining that such an experience could be dangerous unless one became harmonized with the emeralds, as she had in the past. Rouge, finally announcing her presence, suggested it was time to take Izuku back home. Izuku, who had sensed her presence long before 𝐴𝐵 did, flinched slightly. 𝐴𝐵 sighed, casting Izuku a warning glance before creating a portal back to the soul dimension. Unbeknownst to them, Eggman had a robot observing their interaction, eager to seize the emeralds for his own nefarious plans. As Izuku was flown to a nearby car that Rouge could drive, they settled inside, the wind rushing past them. Izuku felt a pang of guilt as he gazed at the vast expanse of Mobius from the passenger seat, while Rouge glanced at him with concern. With a sigh, she spoke softly, encouraging him to share his thoughts. She reassured him that whatever he had done to 𝐴𝐵 should not weigh on him, as 𝐴𝐵 was not truly sentient and had been a threat that needed to be stopped. Izuku hesitated, asking Rouge why she liked talking to him. She playfully questioned why she needed a reason, teasing him about his age. Izuku insisted he was not a child, but Rouge found his stuttering endearing. She expressed her appreciation for his aversion to harming others, especially the innocent, and suggested that his stuttering was a result of how he had been treated in the past. She believed that his perceived flaws were not as undesirable as he thought. Curious, Izuku asked what else she liked about him. Rouge smirked, complimenting his large ears and his singing voice, suggesting it could lull her to sleep if they spent more time together. She also admired his drawings of Sonic and the others, but then paused, a teasing smile crossing her face. When Izuku inquired further, Rouge playfully hinted at her own attributes, causing him to blush deeply. The remainder of the drive was quiet, with Rouge blushing slightly and Izuku gazing out the window, lost in thought. Hours later, they arrived in the serene forest where Vanilla, Cream, and her chow lived in peaceful harmony. Rouge stopped the car just a mile away from the house, glancing at Izuku with a knowing smile. Izuku looked at her, confusion evident on his face, as the vampire bat leaned back against the car door. He hesitantly asked if something had happened. Rouge, with a playful tone, posed a bold question about physical intimacy, causing Izuku to blush deeply. He protested, feeling it was wrong, but Rouge reassured him that as long as she consented, it was not harassment. Izuku, still unsure, questioned if she was trying to trick him. Rouge, with a teasing demeanor, suggested that they could skip to more NTMT activities. Izuku was taken aback, insisting that they should go on a date first, feeling overwhelmed by how fast things were moving. Rouge explained that, as Mobians, time passed differently for them, and she playfully teased him about his reaction. As the atmosphere grew charged, Rouge moved closer to Izuku, who leaned back in his seat, his heart racing. She floated slightly, landing on his lap and pushing the seat back. Izuku's face turned a deep shade of red as Rouge smiled at him, her playful smirk making his heart race even more. She took his hand and guided it toward her chest, teasing him further. Izuku, feeling flustered, quickly pulled his hand back, covering his face in embarrassment. Rouge, noticing his reaction, felt a thrill of excitement. She playfully remarked on his readiness, teasing him about his earlier fight with Eggman. Izuku, still flustered, apologized, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. Rouge, undeterred, expressed her eagerness, making it clear that she had been waiting for this moment. As the tension in the car heightened, Rouge playfully teased Izuku, making it clear that she was serious about her intentions. She leaned in closer, her playful demeanor contrasting with Izuku's nervousness. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, and Izuku felt a mix of excitement and apprehension as he navigated this unexpected turn in their relationship. Izuku had begun to feel a rush of excitement as Rouge playfully engaged with him, her enthusiasm evident in her expressions. She pulled away briefly, a teasing smile on her lips, and looked into his eyes, a playful glint shining within them. As she lowered herself closer, Izuku felt a surge of energy between them, and he couldn't help but respond to her playful nature. Rouge's teasing continued, and she expressed surprise at Izuku's eagerness, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Izuku, feeling a mix of nervousness and exhilaration, nodded in response to her invitation to explore their connection further. As she positioned herself above him, he felt a rush of anticipation. With a swift motion, Rouge brought herself down, and Izuku gasped at the intensity of the moment. The two shared a passionate connection, their movements synchronized as they explored the depths of their feelings for each other. Izuku felt a thrill as Rouge's laughter filled the air, and he couldn't help but join in her joy. As they continued to share their playful banter, Izuku felt a sense of empowerment in their connection. He lifted Rouge's legs gently, feeling a surge of confidence as he embraced the moment. The atmosphere around them crackled with energy, and Izuku's instincts took over as he moved with increasing fervor. Rouge's reactions fueled his determination, and he felt a rush of exhilaration as they shared this NTMT experience. The world around them faded away, leaving only the two of them in their own bubble of joy and exploration. Izuku's heart raced as he reveled in the connection they were building, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction in their shared adventure. As they took a moment to catch their breath, Izuku felt a sense of warmth enveloping them. He looked at Rouge, who was smiling back at him with a glimmer of affection in her eyes. Their playful exchanges continued, filled with laughter and light-hearted teasing, as they both began to realize the depth of their feelings for one another. Eventually, they decided it was time to return to reality, and as they dressed, Rouge playfully remarked on how their time together had changed things. Izuku felt a mixture of excitement and nervousness at the thought of what lay ahead for them. He hoped that their bond would continue to grow stronger, and he couldn't help but smile at the prospect of their future together. As they drove home, Izuku felt a sense of contentment wash over him. He was grateful for the connection they had forged, and he looked forward to what the future held for both of them. The chapter introduced Uraraka Ochako and revealed the relationship between Izuku and Rouge to Vanilla. Upon entering the rabbit household, Izuku and Rouge found Vanilla sitting at the kitchen table, sipping tea and gazing out the window. When she noticed Izuku, a small sigh of relief escaped her as she rushed over and enveloped him in a warm hug, the kind he had never experienced since arriving there. Confused by her sudden affection, Izuku recalled the troubling events of the week, including Eggman's attempt to kidnap him to lure Sonic and his friends out of hiding. As Vanilla held him tightly, she whispered her gratitude repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. She clung to him as if afraid he might vanish again. However, she soon detected a familiar scent on him. Sniffing his shoulder, she realized that Rouge's fragrance lingered on Izuku. After a moment of contemplation, she giggled and pulled Rouge into their embrace, leaving the vampire bat looking bewildered. Vanilla expressed her gratitude to Rouge for saving Izuku, unsure of what she and Cream would have done without him. Izuku, feeling shy, hesitantly asked Vanilla if Rouge could stay with them, at least in his room. Vanilla, recognizing the bond between them, nodded in agreement. Rouge left to retrieve her belongings from her safe house in Central City. Izuku, feeling a mix of embarrassment and amusement, looked down as Vanilla observed him with a blend of disappointment and humor. She scolded him lightly, noting that among all the things she had expected him to do, engaging in an NTMT relationship was not one of them. Izuku admitted that the overwhelming circumstances had led him to seek comfort in Rouge, who reciprocated his feelings. Vanilla reassured him that she was not angry, but warned him about the potential consequences of their actions, especially if Rouge were to become 𝗧𝗟𝐺. Izuku promised that he would step up when the time came. Vanilla pulled him into another hug, affirming her belief in his character. She then shifted the conversation, mentioning that she had something important to discuss. When she asked if he knew Uraraka Ochako, Izuku was puzzled, having never heard the name before. Vanilla explained that someone had sent Uraraka as a gift for him, which troubled Izuku deeply. He read the note that accompanied her and felt a wave of dread wash over him as he recognized the sender. In a fit of anger, he burned the note, his fists clenched in frustration. Noticing his distress, Vanilla invited him to sit beside her on the couch, rubbing his back to comfort him. Izuku revealed that the sender was Lord X, who had sent Uraraka as both a warning and a gift. He explained that if Lord X returned, he would try to take Uraraka away for his own purposes. Izuku shuddered at the thought, knowing that Lord X always returned. Vanilla suggested they focus on other matters for now, perhaps checking on Sonic and his friends. However, Izuku felt the need to take a shower first, having had a long day. He smiled at Vanilla, determined to prepare for whatever lay ahead. As the days passed, Izuku eventually met Uraraka, who had arrived earlier that week. She had a bob-cut hairstyle, and her 𝗧𝗟𝗘𝐺 was evident. Izuku winced at her appearance as she looked toward him, a faint smile on her lips. She asked if he was Izuku-kun, and he confirmed his identity, explaining that he had come from her world and had faced a tragic fate on his way to UA. Uraraka's expression turned somber as she recounted the chaos that had unfolded since Lord X's arrival. She described how he had wreaked havoc in Mizudafu and beyond, even claiming that he had killed All Might. Izuku's heart sank at the news, and he pressed her for details, horrified by the thought of such a swift and brutal act. Uraraka noted that Izuku's teeth and eyes appeared to be in a poor state as he gently placed a gloved hand on her shoulder. Izuku speculated that it must have been his own body she was referring to. Uraraka, with a hint of shyness, commented that despite his plain appearance, he looked cute with his freckles. Izuku, feeling bashful, looked away and mentioned that he was in a relationship with Rouge, apologizing to her. Uraraka accepted this with a nod and encouraged him to proceed with his plans for the day, stating that she needed to rest. Once Izuku left the room, Uraraka's demeanor shifted dramatically. Her eyes appeared vacant until she heard a voice from the side. Rouge was seated on a nearby desk, casually, twirling a chaos emerald in her palm. She looked at Uraraka with a small smile and inquired about the world Izuku and Uraraka had come from before Lord X disrupted everything. Uraraka responded with a sad smile, recalling that her world had been appealing, despite the discrimination many faced daily. Heroes were abundant, and life in Mizudafu was generally peaceful. She had taken the UA entrance exams to fulfill her parents' wishes of becoming a hero, but after failing, she felt like a disappointment and was disowned. She wandered the streets until encountering Lord X, who had swiftly dismantled hero society in a matter of weeks, moving faster than even All Might. Rouge noticed a tick mark appear on her forehead, prompting Uraraka to ask if something was wrong with All Might. Rouge, not particularly fond of him, mentioned that based on Izuku's memories, All Might had met a fitting end. Uraraka looked away, absorbing this information. She then asked if there was anything else Rouge wanted to know. Rouge's gaze shifted to Uraraka's midsection, and she asked about the father of her child. Uraraka hesitantly revealed that the father was Lord X, explaining that Izuku had warned her about his unkind nature. Rouge was taken aback and questioned why 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗃 would choose to be with someone like him, who was known for his violent tendencies. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 defended herself, expressing that she had felt isolated and vulnerable, leading her to lower her guard. She insisted that her circumstances did not define her worth. Rouge, concerned, asked about 𝗬𝗏𝗃's plans for the baby. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 stated that she intended to raise the child, as it was too late for any other options. Rouge offered her support, assuring 𝗬𝗏𝗃 that both she and Izuku would be there to help with any challenges she faced as her due date approached. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 clarified that she was only about 8 months 𝐻𝐻𝐿, to which Rouge explained that, being a Mobian, her 𝐻𝐻𝐿 would be accelerated, making her appear further along than she realized. In the shadows of Central City, a green-furred Mobian emerged. She had light green fur, dressed in black and yellow breathes and a black shirt that revealed a hint of her figure. Her spiked quills framed her face as she smirked at some nearby humans who eyed her with predatory intent. Her lime green eyes complemented her outfit, and her earrings and gloves added to her rebellious appearance. As a drunken man approached her, she seized the opportunity, pulling out a baseball bat and striking him. The impact sent him to the ground, and she continued to swing the bat, her expression shifting from amusement to fury. Her rage echoed through the alley, causing nearby Mobians and humans to flee in fear. Once she stopped, tears streamed down her face as she leaned against the wall, overwhelmed by memories that flooded her mind. She muttered to herself, vowing not to let men harm her people again. Her anger reignited, she raised her bat at the fleeing humans, chasing them away, unaware of the cold red eyes observing her from a rooftop above. The black and red hedgehog watched her with indifference and slight amusement, choosing to ignore the fallen man as he walked by. He used his chaos power to erase the evidence of the incident, ensuring that the Mobian would not be blamed for her actions. He muttered to himself about potentially taking her to Sonic and Tails if needed. Izuku had been diligently searching for a job while living with the rabbit family. Vanilla had informed him that with the growing number of residents in her home, especially after creating an extra room for 𝗬𝗏𝗃, it was essential for him to contribute financially. The bills were becoming increasingly difficult for Vanilla to manage alone, and Izuku understood the importance of finding work. With a serious attitude, Izuku scoured Central City for job opportunities, with Rouge driving him to each interview. However, despite their efforts, no one seemed to be hiring. Even the pizza delivery place they frequented had no openings. Frustrated, Izuku sighed as he sat in the car, and Rouge, sensing his disappointment, offered a comforting pat on his thigh. He felt a blush creep onto his cheeks when she gave him a quick peck on the cheek before they moved on to another location in hopes of better luck. They arrived at an office building that looked rather uninviting from the outside. Izuku approached the entrance with a mix of trepidation and curiosity. Inside, however, the atmosphere was entirely different. The interior was filled with high-tech devices, making it seem as though the building had been recently renovated. As he took in his surroundings, a man with graying hair and a small mustache approached him, dressed in a militaristic uniform. The man looked down at Izuku with a puzzled expression and asked if he was Midoriya Izuku. Izuku confirmed his identity, then inquired about the building's disheveled exterior. The man chuckled and explained that while the mayor provided funds for technological upgrades, they preferred not to project an image of power that could intimidate the civilians. The man introduced himself as Abraham Tower, but he preferred to be called the commander. He welcomed Izuku to the Guardian Unit of Nations, known as 𝐻𝐻𝐿. Izuku was surprised to learn that this was a military organization hired by Central City to protect its citizens. Tower explained that their operations were global, aimed at helping those in need. Curious, Izuku asked if Rouge had worked there in the past. Tower confirmed that she had been one of their secret agents before joining the Freedom Fighters. He then inquired about Izuku's strengths and weaknesses, noting that it was important for the organization to be prepared for any eventualities. As they discussed potential job roles, ranging from janitorial work to high-level security positions, Izuku felt a sense of camaraderie with Tower. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something unusual about the job offer. He voiced his concerns, questioning whether Tower had an ulterior motive for hiring him, especially since he had faced rejection everywhere else. Tower remained silent for a moment, assessing Izuku's perceptiveness. He recognized that the young rabbit was observant, which was commendable. Tower decided to be honest about his intentions for hiring Izuku, acknowledging the underlying reasons for his interest. He explained that in a world where Mobians were the majority, hiring Izuku was partly to keep an eye on him. Izuku understood that this was to ensure he wouldn't pose a threat in the future. Tower's candidness made it clear that he was looking out for both Izuku and the safety of the world around them. In the event that someone manages to sway you to their side through charm or manipulation, it is my responsibility to ensure that doesn't happen. This is why I have always opposed Sonic living in Central City over the past few years. His speed and power make him a target for many, not because of his free will, but because he could be used against anyone without a clear way to defeat him. The only person known to have defeated him even once was Dr. Eggman. Tower sighed as he continued. Izuku, feeling confused, asked what kind of threat he could possibly pose. Tower referenced the metal virus incident, and Izuku nodded, recalling the chaos that ensued. Eggman had unleashed a metal virus that transformed anything and anyone into metallic robots, driven by a singular purpose. They were eventually defeated by Sonic and his allies, but Tower questioned whether that truly restored the lives lost during the crisis. Izuku grimaced, unsure of his role in Tower's defense plan. Tower displayed footage of Izuku holding off the leader of the deadly six, 𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬. Izuku recognized him, recalling the red and black figure. Tower explained that 𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬 was the most dangerous opponent he could have faced, yet Izuku had managed to defeat him while infected with the metal virus. Curious about the relevance of this information, Izuku asked Tower for clarification. Tower expressed admiration for Izuku's compassion, noting his belief in the value of all life. However, he posed a challenging question. If faced with a situation where killing was the only mercy, would Izuku take that step? Izuku replied that he would seek alternatives first, only resorting to lethal measures if absolutely necessary. Tower respected Izuku's stance and offered him a position as a low-ranking member of 𝐻𝗚𝐻𝗃. He would be trained to use their resources to detain those causing chaos in the city. As Izuku received a small badge, he inquired about the possibility of breaking protocol to save lives. Tower assured him that he would have permission to do so in critical situations, but warned that he would face consequences if he acted recklessly. Tower instructed Izuku to return in a week to discuss his decision. As Izuku left, Tower watched him drive away, feeling relieved that he had managed to connect with him. He understood that while speed was valuable, it was not always enough to prevent escalation. With Izuku's analytical mind and observation skills, he believed he could help de-escalate conflicts. However, a new concern loomed. Where was Dr. Eggman and what was he planning next? Driving home through the forest, Rouge kept her eyes on the road while Izuku sat beside her, contemplating the 𝐻𝗚𝐻𝗃 badge in his hand. Rouge was worried about what had transpired during his meeting with Tower, recalling her own past experiences with the organization. Her thoughts were interrupted when a lime green 𝗀𝗃 suddenly appeared in front of the vehicle. Rouge slammed on the brakes just in time to avoid a collision. The 𝗀𝗃 rushed over, climbing into the car and urging Rouge to accelerate. Startled by the sudden outburst, Rouge complied and sped off into the woods. Izuku, finally breaking free from his thoughts, turned to the newcomer, who had a tough demeanor. She locked eyes with him for a moment before speaking in a challenging tone that felt oddly familiar. "What are you staring at, punk? Do you want me to take you down with my golf club?" she exclaimed, raising her fist in the air. Izuku, taken aback, quickly denied any intention of confrontation. Izuku was curious about how the 𝗀𝗃 had gotten into Rouge's car. The 𝗀𝗃 stared blankly at him before glancing at Rouge, who was focused on the road while speaking to the vampire bat. The 𝗀𝗃 wondered if Izuku was foolish. Suddenly, Rouge brought the vehicle to a stop. She warned the 𝗀𝗃 that calling Izuku an idiot would have consequences and asked why they had climbed into her car as if fleeing from the police. The 𝗀𝗃, speaking in a dodgy tone, claimed that they wouldn't believe the truth. Rouge challenged them, mentioning that they had faced many bizarre situations. The 𝗀𝗃 explained that a black and red hedgehog had been chasing them through the alleyways, and they had been trying to hide from him, fearing for their safety. Izuku recognized the description and confirmed that it was Shadow. Rouge, frustrated, slammed her face into the steering wheel, while the 𝗀𝗏𝗃 asked if Shadow was indeed Shadow the Hedgehog. Izuku explained that Shadow was a friend of Rouge's, though their relationship was complicated. The 𝗀𝗏𝗃 introduced herself as 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 the 𝗀𝗏𝗃, proudly declaring herself a delinquent extraordinaire, which prompted a small smile from Izuku that warmed her heart. Izuku introduced himself and Rouge, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 excitedly announced that it was her stop, thanking them for the ride. She rushed out of the vehicle, leaving Izuku and Rouge surprised by her sudden departure. As they watched her disappear into an alleyway, they heard some commotion, but Rouge stopped Izuku from investigating and drove back toward Vanilla's home in the nearby woods. Unbeknownst to them, Shadow had been following from the rooftops and entered the alleyway to find 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 bound and struggling. He sighed in annoyance and lightly struck her head, causing her to lose consciousness. Shadow muttered about her foolishness for hiding her stolen goods in her pocket and pulled out a bag marked with a $sign from a nearby bank. Even as 𝐒𝐮𝐴 mumbled in her sleep about fighting for the money, Shadow expressed his reluctance to return the stolen cash but mentioned having a way for her to repay it. He placed her unconscious body on his bike and revved the engine, waking her up. 𝐒𝐮𝐴 began to scream at him again, prompting Shadow to grumble about the noise before heading toward the nearest police station to turn her in. He reflected on how his role often felt more like that of a police officer than a fighter. 𝐒𝐮𝐴, filled with both fear and anger, managed to break free from her bindings as they neared the police station. In a moment of chaos, she kicked Shadow in the back of the head, causing them both to tumble off the bike and onto the ground. They both winced in pain from the scrapes they sustained. Before Shadow could recover, 𝐒𝐮𝐴 got to her feet and kicked him again, knocking him out cold. As she looked down at Shadow, she realized she had no home to return to, remembering the tragedy that had befallen her family at the hands of human bounty hunters. Shaking off the memories, she ran into the nearby alleyways to escape. As she caught her breath behind a tree, she spotted a small brown rabbit named Cream gathering flowers, her face lit with joy. 𝐒𝐮𝐴 felt a pang of nostalgia and confusion, questioning why thoughts of that rabbit were surfacing now. After Cream disappeared from view, 𝐒𝐮𝐴 let out a sigh of relief, determined to find her way out of Central City and away from the dangers that lurked within. That didn't last very long. A familiar voice called out from nearby, and the 𝗀𝗏𝗃 immediately locked eyes with the emerald-eyed green rabbit who had been out collecting firewood. Before Izuku could attempt to run away, the 𝗀𝗏𝗃 leapt onto him, knocking the rabbit boy to the ground. Straddling him, 𝐒𝐮𝐴 placed her palm over his mouth to prevent him from calling for help as she spoke. She asked if he knew a place where she could stay to lay low, and Izuku nodded rapidly. Unable to speak with her hand over his mouth, he pointed in the direction deeper into the forest. 𝐒𝐮𝐴 got off him and glanced back toward where she had come from, then nodded at Izuku. The rabbit boy led her to his little cottage deep within the woods, a location he had informed Vanilla and a few others about due to its seclusion in Mobius. Upon entering the cottage, 𝐒𝐮𝐴 looked around and found small pictures of Izuku and Rouge with the rabbit family, all smiling. She noticed a picture on the wall showing a human boy with green curly hair and emerald eyes, adorned with freckles that resembled a diamond on his cheeks. 𝐒𝐮𝐴 asked who the human in the picture was, and Izuku turned to look at it. He explained that it was him from when he was in his old world before he was sent here due to a quirk, chuckling as he spoke. 𝐒𝐮𝐴 pointed at the short but adorable human in the picture and asked if that little guy was him. Izuku confirmed, just as Rouge made her presence known. Rouge teased Izuku, suggesting that he might be thinking about cheating on her, which caused him to protest. As the vampire bat floated around the room with a loving smile, 𝐒𝐮𝐴 felt a twinge of jealousy, wishing for a connection like theirs. Hours later, 𝐒𝐮𝐴 was seen resting on the couch of Izuku and Rouge's home, softly snoring. Izuku hid around the corner, his ears sticking out from his hiding spot, before moving back toward his bedroom, only to find it empty. Rouge had been in the living room with 𝐒𝐮𝐴. The vampire bat noticed how 𝐒𝐮𝐴 had stared at her and Izuku with what seemed like jealousy. While Rouge wanted to tease 𝐒𝐮𝐴 about it, she knew the 𝗀𝗏𝗃 wouldn't take it lightly. She wanted to ensure that Izuku had support from everyone around him, even if they were somewhat of a criminal. Rouge decided to establish some ground rules for the house they shared with their resident criminal. With some reluctance, she rubbed 𝐬𝐲𝐽's shoulder, waking her from her slumber. 𝐬𝐲 glared at the vampire bat with annoyance, asking what the deal was. Rouge explained that she was going to set some ground rules for the house since Izuku was in the bedroom. 𝐬𝐲 inquired about what she needed to do to extend her stay beyond one night. Rouge stated that the first rule was simple: don't hurt Izuku's feelings too badly. He had faced enough hardships in his life, and she didn't want 𝐬𝐲 to add to his emotional pain. 𝐬𝐲 nodded, questioning if Izuku was extremely emotional. Rouge replied that it depended on the day. She then moved on to rule number 2, stating that if 𝐬𝐲 had feelings for Izuku, she needed to know that Rouge was in charge. 𝐬𝐲 blushed slightly and agreed to think about it. Rouge continued with rule number 3, explaining that Izuku had music sessions in the basement, and under no circumstances was 𝐬𝐲 to interrupt him, as he became self-conscious when someone interrupted his singing. 𝐬𝐲 asked if he was bad, and Rouge clarified that he was actually very good and earned money through his performances. 𝐬𝐲 acknowledged this, and Rouge explained that Izuku was wary of those who got close to him without genuine intentions, having been treated poorly in his previous world. 𝐬𝐲 asked about the final rules, and Rouge informed her that the name Bakugo Katsuki should never be mentioned near Izuku, as it could trigger a catatonic state that only she or Vanilla could pull him out of. 𝐬𝐲 nodded, contemplating the few rules laid out for her. As she fell asleep on the couch, she forgot her blanket, which lay on the ground. Unbeknownst to her, Izuku quietly came out and placed the blanket over her, even patting her head before walking away. In the bedroom belonging to Rouge and Izuku, the two cuddled closely. Izuku had his arms wrapped around Rouge, holding her as if he feared she would disappear if he let go. Rouge enjoyed the closeness, though she noticed Izuku's discomfort as he tried to hide his embarrassment. Izuku wondered about 𝐬𝐲 being in the other room, while Rouge giggled at him. She explained that their bedroom was soundproofed before leaning in to kiss him. Izuku hesitated, expressing that he wasn't in the mood for anything more. Rouge responded with a light-hearted sigh, recalling how sore she had felt after their last encounter and how grateful she was for the morning after pills. Izuku apologized, feeling embarrassed as he looked away. Rouge reassured him, saying it had been an unforgettable experience and that he had tamed her wild side. They cuddled together for the rest of the evening. Meanwhile, Shadow woke up in the alley where he had been with 𝐬𝐲. Shaking his head, he surveyed the area and spotted the bike he had acquired from a gun agent. Frustrated, he muttered about the cost of repairs before riding away, vowing that next time, 𝐻𝐿 wouldn't escape. As the story progressed, the author contemplated the dynamics of Izuku and Rouge's relationship, pondering whether to introduce additional characters. They aimed to keep the focus on the bond between Izuku and Rouge while considering how other characters might fit into their lives without overwhelming the narrative. The authors sought feedback on whether readers would prefer a platonic or romantic relationship between Izuku and 𝐬𝐲, as well as thoughts on other potential characters from the Sonic universe. The author also hinted at the return of a character named Lord X, asking readers for their opinions on his role in the story, whether as a hero, villain, anti-hero, or chaotic neutral. They expressed their commitment to incorporating reader feedback into the evolving narrative. 𝐬𝐲 was in the midst of a peaceful sleep when she was stirred by noises coming from the living room of the cottage shared with Rouge and Izuku. Groggily, she rose from the couch, stretching as she took in her surroundings. Confused by the blanket draped over her, she noticed her shirt was askew. As she walked toward the kitchen, she heard humming and peeked around the corner to find Izuku bent over a lower cabinet, his cotton tail twitching with excitement as he pulled out a large pot. Curiously, she leaned against the kitchen entrance, watching him as he reached for rice in a higher cabinet, his determination evident as he stretched on his toes to grab it. 𝐬𝐲 found it endearing to see such a short little guy reaching for something higher than his current height. Suddenly, she felt a hand on her shoulder, causing her to shudder in confusion. Glancing over her shoulder, she saw Rouge standing there with a smirk on her face. Rouge reminded her not to hurt Izuku too much, as he had a kind heart for those around him. As they watched Izuku begin to cook, he mumbled to himself, singing a tune. 𝐬𝐮 was surprised to learn that he was into rock music, and 𝐻𝐻 explained that he usually sang songs that resonated deeply, often sad ones like, "Let Me Down Slowly." 𝐬𝐮 had never heard a human sing a song like that, and 𝐻𝐻 revealed that Izuku created the song for their world, as he was not originally from it. Curious about what he was cooking, 𝐬𝐮 learned that it was 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, Izuku's favorite meal before training. The sight of the sizzling food made her mouth water. As Izuku sang and danced around the kitchen, he was completely unaware of their presence. 𝐬𝐮 couldn't help but notice his movements, while 𝐻𝐻 watched him with fondness. Once Izuku finished cooking the rice, he moved to the stove, revealing some juicy meat that made 𝐬𝐻's eyes widen. He expertly sliced the meat and arranged it with rice and scrambled eggs in a bowl. Just then, he turned around and was startled to see the two of them, nearly dropping the bowl, which 𝐻𝐻 quickly caught. Izuku apologized for waking them up, explaining he was just making breakfast. 𝐻𝐻 playfully asked him to make sure there was enough for seconds, sharing a quick kiss with him. 𝐬𝐻 felt a pang in her chest at their relationship but shook it off, determined not to fall for the little rabbit who had helped her since they met. 𝐬𝐻 confided in 𝐻𝐻 about her feelings, expressing confusion over how good Izuku's cooking was. 𝐻𝐻 chuckled, suggesting that some things were best left unexamined. 𝐬𝐻 was torn, unsure if she truly loved him, and wondered why his food made her feel this way. 𝐻𝐻 proposed that 𝐬𝐻 go out on a date with Izuku, but 𝐬𝐻 hesitated, questioning the appropriateness of dating someone who was already in a relationship with 𝐻𝐻. 𝐻𝐻 reassured her, explaining that Izuku had faced many hardships and that she was fine with sharing him. Feeling overwhelmed by the conversation, 𝐬𝐻 decided to leave through the front door, only to come face to face with Izuku, who had been chopping wood. He looked startled, raising his arms as if to protect himself. 𝐬𝐻 stared at him, noticing the muscle definition in his arms, and suddenly felt faint, collapsing to the ground. After a few hours without any incidents, 𝐬𝐻 found herself sitting on the couch. Izuku had gone outside to visit Vanilla and Cream, who were caring for a 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 human girl. 𝐬𝐻 was puzzled by his willingness to help, unsure why he was involved with someone outside his family. When he returned, looking somewhat tired, 𝐬𝐻 felt a mix of concern and worry for him. 𝐬𝐻 couldn't quite understand her feelings for the relatively short rabbit, even though he was quite capable of taking care of himself. She couldn't help but voice her curiosity upon seeing him looking so exhausted. She asked him if there was a reason he appeared as though a child had made his day worse than it already was. Izuku explained that he had helped a human girl in the rabbit household through 𝐿BR, and she had given 𝐵RH to a baby girl. 𝐬𝐻 gently inquired about the baby's appearance. Izuku hesitated, unsure if he should share his thoughts. He recalled the birthing process, shuddering at the memory of the child who was not entirely human. The baby had striking eyes, one brown and one crimson red, a rare case of heterochromia. Their appearance resembled that of Lord X, mostly a Mobian with Sonic's features but with Uraraka's hair color. A large X was inscribed on the baby's belly. Izuku remarked that the baby looked like her father but warned that she wasn't what one might expect at first glance. 𝐬𝐻 acknowledged his efforts in helping the rabbit family and asked what Uraraka meant to him. Izuku took a moment to sit beside her, trying to keep his gaze away from her midriff. 𝐬𝐻 observed the range of emotions crossing his face, from growing paternal instincts to sibling-like concern. He struggled to articulate his thoughts but eventually managed to express that he didn't see Uraraka as someone he would date. If he were human and had tried out for 𝐻𝐻, he might have considered it, but for now, he viewed her more as a little sister. He mentioned that he might grow to see her as a friend, but he had no interest in a romantic relationship. 𝐬𝐻 found his answer profound and asked if he could envision a polyamorous relationship. Izuku admitted uncertainty, sharing that he had never experienced romantic affection from anyone except 𝐻𝐻, who had shown him love in a way he had never known before. He reflected on how nobody from his previous world had ever seen him as a potential romantic partner until 𝐻𝐻 saved him multiple times. Curious, 𝐬𝐻 asked how their first meeting had unfolded. Izuku recounted that he had met 𝐻𝐻 about a year and a half ago when he intervened to save her from someone impersonating Sonic. He had distracted the attacker long enough for her to escape, and he managed to flee as well, chuckling at the memory. 𝐬𝐮 noted that it didn't sound very safe, to which Izuku agreed, admitting that he hadn't been in the right mindset at the time. When 𝐬𝐮 pressed for clarification, he revealed that he had been struggling with suicidal thoughts when he saved 𝗏𝗓. He had kept this to himself, feeling that no one cared about his well-being except for his mother, who was often absent during his darkest moments. As he continued to share his story about meeting 𝗏𝗓, he described a panic attack he had experienced during a meeting about dealing with Lord X, who had managed to separate from Sonic's body. 𝐬𝐮 found it unsettling to learn about such a being capable of existing apart from its possessed form. She wondered what would come next as Izuku reached the conclusion of his tale. He took a deep breath and explained that there had only been one way to rid himself of Lord X at that time. 𝐬𝐮 felt a sense of dread build within her as she asked what that was. Izuku revealed that he had allowed Lord X to take possession of his body. 𝐬𝐮 was incredulous, questioning why he would make such a choice. Izuku explained that it was the only way to protect the inhabitants of Mobius. He had decided to sacrifice his own world, which had treated him poorly, to save this one that had shown him kindness. 𝐬𝐮 stared at him in shock, grappling with the enormity of his decision. It took immense courage to give up one's own world for another, and she noticed a hint of regret in his eyes, despite his efforts to conceal it. He clenched and unclenched his hands, lost in thought about that fateful choice. 𝐬𝐮 reflected on whether she could ever make such a sacrifice. The thought of facing death and making a deal to save another world was daunting, and she couldn't help but admire Izuku's bravery in the face of such a decision. As 𝐬𝐮 reflected on her life, she realized that if she had lived on Mobius without ever experiencing kindness, she might have acted similarly if Izuku's world had shown her the same compassion that Mobius had shown him. She asked Izuku if he knew what had become of his world, to which he shrugged and admitted he had never returned to see what had happened. All he knew was that 𝗧𝗏 had described their situation as quite dire. 𝐬𝐮 chuckled at the thought of 𝗧𝗏 cursing, surprised by her ability to express herself so boldly. Izuku recounted how 𝗧𝗏 had vented her frustrations after regaining her composure, unleashing a torrent of curses aimed at Lord X. He mentioned how Vanilla had put earmuffs on Cream to shield her from those words, and he had sheepishly asked 𝗧𝗏 to explain some of the more colorful language she used. The two of them relaxed in front of the fireplace when 𝗏𝗓 entered the room, smiling at Izuku. She sat on his lap, and they shared a playful moment, which made 𝐬𝐮 feel a bit awkward. She hesitated, unsure if she should be present during their interaction. 𝗏𝗓, with a teasing tone, invited 𝐬𝐮 to join them, leaving Izuku momentarily stunned. 𝐬𝐮 recalled 𝗏𝗓's earlier words about Izuku's past and how he had struggled with attention and affection. Overwhelmed by the situation, 𝐬𝐮 stood up, her face flushed. In a moment of frustration, she playfully smacked 𝗏𝗓 on the head, prompting a surprised yelp from the bat. Izuku noted that it was a gentle gesture meant to calm 𝗏𝗓 down. 𝐬𝐮 quickly left the room, heading to the bathroom, while Izuku looked at 𝗏𝗓 with a mix of confusion and intrigue. 𝗏𝗓, undeterred, playfully asked Izuku if he was ready for the night ahead, teasing him as she pressed against him. Izuku, caught off guard, asked what she had in mind. 𝗏𝗓's playful demeanor only intensified as she hinted at their plans for the evening. She stood up, walking toward their bedroom, and paused at the bathroom door, smirking as she invited 𝐬𝐮 to join them, suggesting that sharing Izuku would be fun. Izuku stood up, contemplating the unexpected turn of events. He wasn't sure he was prepared for such a challenge, but he felt a strange pull toward the situation. As he approached the bedroom, he noticed the bathroom door slightly ajar, revealing 𝐬𝐮's curious eyes. She seemed hesitant, questioning whether 𝗏𝗓 was serious about inviting her to join them. Izuku, unsure of how to respond, admitted he didn't know what 𝗏𝗓 was thinking. 𝐬𝐮 entered a thoughtful pose before closing the door, and Izuku took that as a sign that she might not want to join them after all. He entered the bedroom to find 𝗏𝗓 lying on the bed, her playful smile making his heart race. He felt a rush of excitement as he joined her, their playful energy igniting a spark between them. As they shared a passionate moment, the door suddenly burst open, interrupting them. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as he saw 𝐬𝐮 standing there, her expression a mix of shock and curiosity. She seemed captivated by the scene before her, and Izuku felt a rush of uncertainty wash over him. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐴 approached the bed, her movements confident yet playful. Izuku felt overwhelmed, caught between the two girls who were now focused on him. 𝐬𝐻 teased him about the situation, suggesting that he would have to take responsibility for their playful antics. Izuku, still processing everything, realized that he was in for an unexpected and thrilling night. 𝐬𝐻 expressed her reluctance with a pout, turning her gaze away. Izuku found himself overwhelmed by the situation, questioning his current life circumstances. Both 𝐬𝐻 and 𝐬𝐻 playfully engaged with Izuku, their movements teasing him as he struggled to maintain his composure. Despite his youthful innocence, he felt a rush of emotions as he admired the two women. They seemed to share a playful connection, their eyes sparkling with mischief as they pushed him closer to his limits. As the atmosphere intensified, Izuku felt a wave of sensations wash over him, prompting a reaction he could hardly control. The two women encouraged him, their playful banter heightening the excitement of the moment. 𝐬𝐻, with a newfound enthusiasm, expressed her surprise at the unexpected flavors of their shared experience, while 𝐬𝐻 simply smiled, eager for the next phase of their adventure. With a shared kiss, the trio deepened their bond, and Izuku felt emboldened, wrapping his arms around both women. The playful energy shifted as he focused his attention on 𝐬𝐻, who responded with delight to his affection. 𝐬𝐻 watched with anticipation, noting the transformation in Izuku's demeanor. As the playful teasing continued, Izuku found himself drawn to 𝐬𝐻, his instincts guiding him as he explored their connection further. The atmosphere crackled with energy, and 𝐬𝐻 felt a thrill as Izuku's attention turned to her. With a playful determination, 𝐬𝐻 removed her gloves, eager to embrace the moment fully. The playful exchange between them intensified, and Izuku's confidence grew as he navigated this new territory. The excitement in the air was palpable, and as the trio continued their playful exploration, they found themselves caught up in a whirlwind of emotions and sensations, each moment drawing them closer together. Izuku made a promise, and he wasted no time. As he engaged with 𝐬𝐻, she felt a rush of excitement. Each movement was filled with energy, and sparks seemed to dance around them as Izuku's determination intensified. He was focused, as if he were preparing her for something significant. 𝐬𝐻 responded with sounds of delight, her body trembling with every motion. Meanwhile, 𝐬𝐻, having just regained her senses, looked over to see Izuku and 𝐬𝐻 in a moment of passion. The sight was captivating, and she couldn't help but wonder about the intensity of their connection. As Izuku continued, 𝐬𝐻 felt a mix of curiosity and intrigue about the bond they shared. Suddenly, Izuku appeared before 𝐬𝐻, his figure partially obscured by the shadows of the room. Outside, rain poured, and flashes of lightning illuminated his determined expression. 𝐬𝐻 felt a rush of anticipation as he approached her, and she instinctively reached out, drawn to him. In a swift motion, 𝐬𝐻 found herself lifted and placed against the bed, feeling the weight of the moment. She was aware of the implications of their actions, but a part of her was intrigued by the possibilities. As Izuku moved closer, she felt a thrill of excitement. With a sense of urgency, Izuku pressed forward, and 𝐬𝐻 felt a mix of emotions as he marked her as his own. The intensity of the moment was overwhelming, and she let out a gasp, caught between pleasure and surprise. Each movement brought her closer to a new experience, and she surrendered to the sensations. As they continued, the initial discomfort faded, replaced by waves of pleasure. 𝐬𝐻's senses heightened, and she felt a connection that was both exhilarating and profound. Izuku's determination fueled her own, and she found herself lost in the rhythm of their movements. With each move, 𝐬𝐻 felt herself becoming more attuned to Izuku. He shifted their positions, and she found herself in a new embrace, feeling the warmth of his presence. The world around them faded away as they focused solely on each other, their connection deepening with every passing moment. 𝐬𝐻's eyes sparkled with excitement as she encouraged Izuku to continue, feeling the intensity of their bond. The atmosphere was charged with energy, and she reveled in the experience, feeling a sense of fulfillment. As they reached a crescendo, 𝐬𝐻 felt a rush of emotions, a blend of joy and exhilaration. The moment was transformative, and she embraced it fully, feeling a sense of unity with Izuku. Afterward, they settled together, a sense of peace enveloping them as they drifted into a restful sleep. The connection they shared lingered in the air, a promise of more adventures to come. Far away, a portal opened, revealing a figure who bore a striking resemblance to Sonic. Accompanied by unusual companions, he surveyed Mobius with a sinister grin, hinting at the chaos that was about to unfold. He declared his return, a foreboding presence that would soon disrupt the peace of their world. A few days had passed since Izuku had spent time with 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. The two women were back home while he worked in the forest, collecting firewood for both his home and Vanillas. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 accompanied him, eager to help. They traveled through the forest, exchanging smiles as 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 played joyfully, darting around the winding trees. Eventually, they stopped at an ancient, withering tree. Izuku pulled out the axe strapped to his back and began to chop at the tree. Each swing of the axe caused his muscles to flex, the sound making 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 flinch slightly. She remained quiet, observing her Chow friends frolicking nearby. Looking up at Izuku, she thought about their conversations and how she viewed him as the older brother she never had. She hoped he saw her as the little sister he never had until now. However, this brought a wave of uncertainty as she realized she didn't know much about his past life before arriving in Mobius. Curiosity bubbled within her, and as Izuku struck the tree with a loud thud, she decided to speak up. After the tree crashed to the ground, Izuku wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled at her, sharing a high five. 𝐀𝐮𝐴 then asked him about his life before coming to Mobius. Izuku paused, surprised by her question. He wondered what had prompted her to ask. 𝐀𝐮𝐴 explained that she appreciated having him as a big brother but felt she didn't know him personally. She wanted to understand what life had been like for him in his world. Izuku hesitated, admitting that his previous life wasn't exactly pleasant. He raised the axe again, striking a larger branch, but his eyes seemed distant. 𝐀𝐮𝐴, sensing his discomfort, apologized if her question was too much. He reassured her that it wasn't that he couldn't talk about it, he just never expected to reflect on it again. Concerned, 𝐀𝐮𝐴 asked if it was truly that bad. Izuku set the axe down, letting out a heavy sigh as he noticed the darkening sky and the static in the air. He decided it was time to head back to her home. The walk back was tense for 𝐀𝐮𝐴, who felt the weight of his sadness. Inside, her mother was cooking something warm when they heard raindrops tapping against the window. 𝐀𝐮𝐴 noticed Izuku's troubled expression and asked why he didn't talk about his previous world. He explained that it hadn't wanted him around. When 𝐀𝐮𝐴 inquired if he had friends there, Izuku revealed that he had no one who cared for him. 𝐀𝐮𝐴 gasped in shock, unable to comprehend his pain. Izuku continued, sharing that his life on Earth had been more torturous than anything he experienced in Mobius. He described how people had tried to extinguish his love for heroism, bullying him and wishing for his downfall. As he spoke, a flash of lightning illuminated the room, followed by a rumble of thunder, startling 𝐀𝐮𝐴. In that moment, Izuku leaned down and embraced her. She hugged him tightly, trembling but holding back tears. Vanilla, seeing their interaction, approached with a couple of cups of tea. She asked 𝐀𝐮𝐴 if she had asked Izuku about his life on Earth. 𝐀𝐮𝐴 nodded, still nestled against Izuku. Vanilla explained that she had witnessed some of Izuku's memories through the soul gems, but they were deeply troubling. 𝐀𝐮𝐴 looked at her mother, confused and concerned, wanting to know more about what those memories were like. Vanilla's expression turned somber as she recalled the horrors Izuku had faced. The room fell silent after Izuku finished speaking. He watched as 𝐀𝐮𝐴 sipped her tea, feeling remorseful for the pain she had to hear about. Yet, she had asked for it, and Vanilla exchanged a knowing glance with him, offering her silent support. Taking a deep breath, 𝐀𝐮𝐴 looked up at Izuku, her heart aching at his sad gaze. In that moment, she realized how much she preferred his happiness over his sorrow. Izuku spent time with everyone, wearing a smile as if nothing was wrong in the world. Little did she know how much he had endured. He turned to 𝐀𝐮𝐴 and asked if she loved her mother. 𝐀𝐮𝐴 nodded enthusiastically, declaring her mother to be the best. This brought a small smile to Izuku's face as he affectionately patted her head. He then shared a poignant difference between them. While 𝐀𝐮𝐴 had a loving mother, He had not experienced that kind of love until he arrived in Mobius. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 gasped in horror, expressing her sadness at the thought of Izuku's mother not loving him. He explained that his story began about 10 years ago when he was just 5 years old, in a world where people could gain superpowers. 𝐻𝐻𝐿's eyes widened with excitement as she asked if it was like Sonic's speed or Tails' ability to fly. Izuku chuckled, confirming that it was indeed similar, but in his world, humans had mutations that allowed them to fly or run fast, some even possessing incredible strength. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 exclaimed that it sounded like a utopia, but Izuku's expression turned somber as he revealed that everything changed when the legendary hero All Might appeared. He was the strongest and coolest hero, inspiring many, but his presence led to a shift in how people viewed heroism. Izuku recounted how, in his world, the phrase, "might makes right," was a harsh reality, often showcased through news reports and daily battles. He described the dangerous fights he had witnessed, far more perilous than anything Sonic and his friends faced. He explained that the villains in his world were ruthless, taking lives without hesitation, using hostages as bargaining chips. The school environment mirrored this brutality, with a hierarchy based on strength. His former friend, Bakugo Katsuki, had been a part of this harsh world. When Izuku's powers did not manifest at the age of 4, he became an outcast, while Bakugo thrived. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 listened intently, her heart aching for Izuku as he shared his painful past. He revealed that Bakugo, once his closest friend, had turned into a relentless bully after gaining his powers. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 hugged Izuku tightly, feeling sorrow for his loss. He reassured her that he had found better friends in Mobius. Izuku continued to share stories about the heroes he had encountered, their battles often exaggerated for the news or marked by incompetence. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 absorbed every detail, imagining Izuku's life as a dramatic tale from her favorite shows, where the main character aspired to be a hero but faced insurmountable challenges. He spoke of the anger he sometimes felt, hidden from those around him, and how Bakugo's transformation from friend to foe had made his life difficult. As Izuku prepared to recount what he called the worst day of his life, he asked 𝐻𝐻𝐿 to remember that he would never think in the way he was about to describe. She nodded, determined to understand. He shared that the worst day came when he witnessed a hero named 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 battling a giant villain. 𝐀𝐮 had the ability to extend his arms like tree branches, but the situation took a turn when a new heroine arrived, overshadowing his efforts with a showy display for the cameras. Izuku felt a mix of embarrassment and frustration at the lack of true heroism in that moment, explaining that in his world, standing out was often prioritized over genuine bravery. Not that Izuku would condone it, but he recalled his experiences at school. As usual, he faced the normal students whispering behind his back and being shoved around before reaching class. Upon entering the classroom, he was tripped before he could reach his desk. This was a routine he had grown accustomed to over time. 𝐻𝐻𝐿, listening intently, expressed her concern, noting that it didn't sound good and wondered if he had told anyone about it. Izuku nodded, explaining that he had, but no one ever listened. When they saw his power status listed as not applicable, or what people in his world referred to as quirkless, they ignored him. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 hugged him tighter, asking about his mother, hoping she could have done something. Izuku shook his head, revealing that by that time, his mother had stopped caring. She was more focused on keeping her job and herself afloat. Although she never kicked him out, she never showed any love or interest in him after he was diagnosed as quirkless. As they sat in the classroom, the teacher entered with a stack of papers, discussing the importance of deciding on future careers after junior high. Izuku cringed, recalling how everything spiraled out of control from that point. Bakugo had confronted him about wanting to attend UA High School, the prestigious school for aspiring heroes, the same school where the 𝐵1 hero, All Might, had graduated. Izuku patted 𝐻𝐻𝐿's head, noting that Bakugo had said some harsh things that were not appropriate for her to hear. 𝐻𝐻𝐿, curious, asked if they were curse words. Vanilla, overhearing, feigned shock, and 𝐻𝐻𝐿 giggled, explaining that she had heard Sonic and Knuckles use those words at the Freedom Fighter headquarters. Izuku continued, revealing that after class, Bakugo had said something that ignited a deep anger within him for the first time. He recalled Bakugo's taunt, suggesting that if he wanted to be a hero, He should pray for a quirk in his next life and jump off the roof. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 asked what 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 had said, and Izuku took a deep breath, sharing the hurtful words that echoed in his mind. As 𝐻𝐻𝐻 sobbed into his side, he comforted her, letting a few tears fall as he remembered that painful day. It reassured her that he had never taken that thought seriously nor acted on it. Soon after, he encountered the number one hero, and a fond expression crossed his face as he remembered that moment. 𝐻𝐻𝐻, curious, asked if All Might was as cool as he had described. Izuku admitted that for a time, it was exhilarating to be near him. However, when he leaped away, he found the courage to ask the question that had haunted him for years. Nervously chuckling, he confessed that he may have clung to All Might's leg to get his attention. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 tilted her head in confusion, not seeing anything wrong with that, but Izuku continued, explaining that All Might had jumped to a height of at least 30 stories. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 lightly smacked his shoulder, worried about the risk of falling. Izuku reassured her that he hadn't fallen. All Might had held on to him as they descended toward a nearby building. However, that was where things began to go awry. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 pressed him for details, asking what he had asked All Might and how it had gone wrong. As he gazed out the window at the rain falling steadily, he noticed Rouge and Surge approaching the front door. He signaled to Vanilla to let them in as he continued speaking to 𝐻𝐻𝐻. Just as Rouge and Surge entered, he shared the words 𝐻𝐻𝐻 had been waiting to hear. He had asked All Might if someone quirkless could ever become a hero like him. The answer had shattered his hopes. All Might had said no. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 gasped in shock, unable to comprehend how her hero could let him down so severely. Izuku took a deep breath, recalling the painful memory. All Might had told him that becoming a hero was not in the cards for him, that he would only get in the way, and that heroes faced danger every day. He had advised Izuku to be realistic about his dreams, stating that while it was nice to dream, he should consider a more practical profession. Feeling overwhelmed with sympathy, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 hugged him tightly before retreating to her room. There were no words exchanged after that moment, as Rouge and Surge approached Izuku and embraced him, doing their best to comfort him. Just then 𝐻𝐻𝐻 rushed back, leaping into his arms and holding him as tightly as she could. He returned the embrace, cherishing the moment of connection. Before they could fully settle into the comfort of their silence, a knock echoed at the door. When Vanilla opened it, she was greeted by a Mobian with ash-blonde fur and ruby-red eyes. His gloves resembled Knuckles but were more robust, and he bore a striking resemblance to a more muscular version of Sonic. But there was a distinct realization in Vanilla's expression that made her recognize him. The young Mobian questioned with a gruff attitude, expressing confusion about his surroundings. Then the sound of glass breaking behind Vanilla caught her attention as she turned to see Izuku standing there, staring at the blonde hedgehog with concern and fear in his ruby eyes. When the hedgehog looked at Izuku for a moment, he didn't quite recognize him until he noticed the green hair and eyes, followed by the red shoes on his feet. The hedgehog hesitated, asking if it was really Deku. Before he could process the situation further, Izuku, filled with frustration, struck the hedgehog. The ash-blonde hedgehog stumbled backward, placing a hand over his mouth and nose, then pulling it back to see confusion and growing rage on his face. He felt something drip from his nose, and those present in the house looked on in shock, their expressions shifting from awe to anger. Before he could utter another word, Izuku struck again, sending the hedgehog crashing to the ground. Groaning, he slowly got back up, glaring at the bunny in front of him, who returned the gaze with equal intensity. The green eyes staring at him with such hatred left him confused, prompting him to ask again if it was truly Deku. Izuku growled, expressing disbelief that 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 had come to this place after so long. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿, filled with anger, questioned why he was being confronted after 2 years. Izuku, ears drooping in distress, reminded 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 of the harsh words he had spoken in the past. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 insisted he never wanted Izuku to die, but rather wanted him out of his way, admitting that his previous words were meant to keep him at a distance. Izuku confronted 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 about the implications of his advice, questioning what would have happened if he had taken it to heart. As thunder rumbled overhead, the tension between them escalated. Both boys stood in the yard, fur bristling, their emotions boiling over. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿's cold response only fueled Izuku's anger, leading him to rush forward, and the two clashed in a flurry of movement. 𝐻𝐿𝐲 attempted to land a powerful punch, but Izuku ducked, countering with a kick that sent 𝐻𝐿𝐲 reeling. Confusion crossed 𝐻𝐿𝐲's face before it twisted into rage as he unleashed a series of explosive attacks. Izuku dodged and weaved, responding with his own strikes, their movements a blur of speed and intensity. As the fight continued, Izuku found himself momentarily airborne, static electricity crackling around him. He descended upon 𝐻𝐿𝐲, who looked up in shock as sparks danced along his fur. Izuku acknowledged that he had gained a new power, channeling lightning that began to gather ominously above them. Just as the storm reached its peak, Vanilla rushed outside, calling out to Izuku. Lightning flashed across the sky, striking the ground where the two had been fighting, creating a powerful explosion of wind and dirt. As Vanilla approached the site of the impact, she saw 𝐻𝐿𝐲 being thrown from the crater, while Izuku emerged, surrounded by crackling energy and glowing eyes. Izuku's expression was fierce as he approached 𝐻𝐿𝐲, and Vanilla watched in horror. He turned to her, asking her to go inside, insisting he needed to teach 𝐻𝐿𝐲 a lesson about the consequences of words. Vanilla, concerned for Izuku's well-being, urged him not to give in to his anger, warning him that it would only lead to regret. Izuku, feeling the weight of his past, struggled with the decision before him. Izuku expressed his frustration, feeling that the person responsible for his low self-worth was someone who made him believe that only Rouge and 𝐶𝐮𝐬 could love him. Vanilla remained silent as Izuku stepped forward, insisting that he didn't want her involvement. He then asked her not to kill the other boy. Vanilla, concerned, urged him to reconsider, but Izuku assured her that he had no intention of doing so before rushing toward the ash-blonde hedgehog. 𝐻𝐿𝐲, having just gotten up from the ground and feeling pain throughout his body, suddenly found himself lifted by his neck quills. He looked into the determined eyes of the smaller Mobian and instinctively raised an arm to activate his quirk, but Izuku swiftly pulled it away and directed it back to the ground. The resulting explosion sent both of them tumbling into the nearby forest. Vanilla stood in the yard, watching the two engage in a fierce battle as if they were longtime rivals. Each time Izuku landed a blow, 𝐻𝐿𝐲 retaliated, causing concern to rise within her as a mother. She felt the urge to protect her child, but Izuku had pleaded with her not to intervene. This was the boy who had made Izuku's life difficult before he met her. As much as she wanted to confront 𝐻𝐿𝐲 herself, she couldn't let Cream witness that side of her. Seeing Cream cover her mouth in distress, Vanilla instinctively pulled her daughter into a tight embrace, turning her away from the fight. Izuku delivered a powerful punch to 𝐻𝐿𝐲's gut, causing him to double over. Following that, he headbutted 𝐻𝐿𝐲, resulting in a broken nose. Izuku then spun around 𝐻𝐿𝐲's head, landing behind him and striking him in the back. 𝐻𝐿𝐲 let out a pained yelp before Izuku swept his feet out from under him, forcing his face into the ground. 𝐻𝐿𝐲's face showed signs of damage, with a busted lip and bruises covering his body. He glared at the ground, frustrated by how easily he was being overpowered by someone he perceived as weaker. Izuku pressed 𝐻𝐿𝐲's face further into the ground, standing over him. 𝐻𝐿𝐲's arms lay sprawled out, palms facing the dirt that was becoming muddy. He glared at Izuku's glowing eyes as he pulled himself up and stepped away. He grunted, asking if Izuku was finished. Izuku replied that he still had years of frustration to work through but was done for now, hoping 𝐻𝐿𝐲 wouldn't return to the forest. 𝐻𝐿𝐲, still standing, questioned what was stopping him from attacking again. Izuku explained that he had been holding back, and the electricity he had used was meant to cause muscle spasms, not harm. 𝐻𝐿𝐲, looking at his arms, noticed they were mostly unaffected by the rain. Gathering his energy, he pointed his palms at Izuku, who had turned to see what was happening. The sound of explosions filled the air as 𝐻𝐿𝐲 unleashed a powerful attack. Izuku, unable to dodge in time, was caught in the blast. Inside the house, Vanilla watched in horror as Izuku was thrown back by the explosion. She quickly placed Cream on the ground and rushed outside, finding Izuku dented against a nearby tree, burn marks covering his torso. Concerned, she glanced at 𝐻𝐿𝐲, who wore a triumphant grin, clearly pleased with the damage he had inflicted. Ignoring Izuku's earlier words, she approached 𝐻𝐿𝐲, her anger evident. 𝐒𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, reveling in his perceived victory, noticed Vanilla approaching. She stood before him, her eyes filled with fury. Without warning, she grabbed him by the neck, lifting him to her eye level and glaring into his eyes. Taking a deep breath, she warned him that he had overstayed his welcome. If he didn't want her to call for help, he needed to leave immediately, as he had caused too much damage. 𝐒𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, taken aback, asked who she was. Vanilla introduced herself as the mother of the boy he had just attacked. She warned him that if he didn't leave, she would press charges for assault. 𝐒𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, confused, questioned who Eggman was when Vanilla mentioned him. A sinister smirk crossed her face as she explained that Eggman could make his explosions seem insignificant and had ways to change him entirely. Releasing 𝐒𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, Vanilla watched as he dusted himself off and began to walk away. Turning back, she saw Izuku lying on the ground, unconscious. About 15 minutes later, Cream found herself hugging Izuku's still form, tears streaming down her face as she cried for him. Rouge and 𝐶𝐮𝐬𝐴 watched as 𝐒𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's figure gradually faded from view, exchanging glances before Rouge decided to reach out to someone she knew. Stepping outside onto the porch, she tapped her foot softly on the concrete. It wasn't long before a familiar voice came through on the line. "This is Miles Tails Power. But you can call me Tails, what's up?" Tails greeted her. Rouge explained the situation, asking Tails to send Sonic after an ash-blonde hedgehog capable of creating explosions from his palms, noting that he wore gloves similar to Knuckles. Tails responded with a grunt, revealing that he had received numerous calls about Mobians exhibiting strange abilities. He mentioned a black echidna who had somehow erased Knuckles' super strength, which piqued Rouge's curiosity. "You're telling me there's a black-quilled echidna who can erase certain abilities of Mobians?" she asked, intrigued. Tails confirmed her suspicion and added that he was currently with a completely blonde woman named Melissa, who was also a tech genius. Rouge expressed her happiness for Tails but reminded him that she had her own issues to handle. She recounted how 𝐒𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 had come to the rabbit household, leading to Izuku losing control during their encounter. After hanging up, Rouge shook her head at Tails' excitement over finding a new friend, wondering if he would find another girlfriend who appreciated his talents. Meanwhile, Izuku stood alone in the rain, reflecting on the events that had unfolded. Hours had passed since Vanilla intervened in the fight to prevent it from escalating further. Izuku felt isolated in the forest, grappling with the implications of 𝐒𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's presence in this world. He wished that 𝐒𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 had been among those lost when the Demon X had invaded, realizing that even demonic entities could make mistakes in their chaotic journeys. Concern washed over him as he considered that 𝐒𝐮𝐴 had witnessed the loving family he had here, a stark contrast to his previous life. Izuku had worked hard to overcome his emotional struggles, allowing himself to express his feelings freely without the need for a protective facade. The thought of 𝐒𝐮𝐴 being in this world filled him with dread. What if the bullies from his past had followed him here? What if the teachers who had tormented him were also present, threatening the happiness he had built? He shivered at the thought of All Might being here as well, recalling their last conversation before he had set out to become a hero. The memory lingered, reminding him of the doubts he had faced. As he stared into the forest, Izuku resolved to keep his distance from 𝐒𝐮𝐴, determined to protect those he cared about from the chaos the blonde hedgehog could bring. He knew his thoughts weren't healthy, but he couldn't help feeling resentful towards someone who had caused him pain for so long. "I wish Katsuki hadn't come to this world. It's going to take a lot of effort to avoid him and help everyone forget," he murmured to himself. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. 𝐶𝐮𝐬𝐴 and Rouge had approached him, with Rouge's expression softer than usual, revealing her concern for him. Moments later, Uraraka arrived, visibly exhausted and sweating, her hair sticking to her face as she looked at Izuku. Despite her height, Izuku's ears nearly matched her in stature, creating a moment of shared understanding among them. As the brown-haired young woman looked at Izuku, he gazed back at her in confusion as she stepped forward and pulled him into a hug. Izuku stood still in her embrace while Rouge and 𝐶𝐮𝐴 observed the interaction with smiles on their faces. At that moment, Izuku only saw Uraraka as a friend, but her hug stirred a different emotion within him. He felt guilt for allowing her to witness a side of him that contradicted the kind persona she had always known. Uraraka had only seen the compassionate version of him, never the anger or frustration that sometimes bubbled beneath the surface. Uraraka whispered reassuringly in his ear, reminding him that it wasn't his fault that others had arrived. Izuku, pulling away from the hug and looking away, admitted that he felt bad for revealing a part of himself he thought he had under control. Rouge playfully teased him, questioning his emotional control, especially given his reactions to her and 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐴 at times. Izuku explained that on Mobius, he had no reason to hide his true feelings. 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐴 noticed Izuku's lowered posture, a sign of the past encounters with Bakugo, who had often attacked him. Initially, Izuku's stance appeared weak, but it gradually shifted, reflecting an alpha predator's demeanor. Rouge observed that Izuku's fur was fluffed up, making him look fluffier than usual, which caused her to chuckle. Uraraka noticed too and helped him smooth down his fur, restoring him to his usual appearance. Rouge offered her support, encouraging Izuku to talk to them whenever he needed help with his emotions. 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐴 joined in the hug, and Izuku reciprocated their affection. Uraraka, watching the scene, pulled out her phone to take a few pictures of the trio, catching Izuku's attention. His eyes widened in surprise, and Uraraka giggled before kneeling to meet his gaze, explaining her need to find a job to repay Vanilla for her help. She expressed her longing to ensure that her baby would grow up in a safe environment, especially with the large mark on their stomach. Izuku's heart sank at her words, and he asked if she had mentioned a large mark. Uraraka nodded, still a bit confused, and he inquired about Lord X's appearance in her world. She recalled that he resembled a boy with curly green and black hair, diamond-shaped freckles, and striking crimson eyes. Although she initially trusted him, he had left her alone after their encounter, and she worried about the other heroines he had affected. Izuku's face paled as he pressed her for the names of those other heroines. Uraraka excitedly shared a few names and pulled out pictures of them. The first was 𝐻𝐻𝐿, a third-year student from UA High School, who was a sidekick to Ryukyu. As she showed the picture, Izuku, 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐴, and Rouge stared in surprise, their cheeks flushing slightly at the revealing image. Izuku quickly examined the other pictures Uraraka had, his eyes widening as he recognized more heroines. He stammered in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Mirko could lose to Lord X. He had believed that using his human body would limit Lord X's strength. He listed more names, including Ryukyu, Midnight, and Mrs. Joke, but his expression turned grave when he paused at the last picture. His blood ran cold as he stared at the image of a short, pudgy woman with a somewhat fluffy appearance and lifeless eyes. The sight sent a shiver down his spine, and he gulped, realizing that this woman was now on Mobius. Uraraka, curious, asked who she was, and Izuku's voice trembled as he revealed that she was his human mother.